arrival center at the Roosevelt Hotel to reapply for placement in the shelters. However, just last week, new arrivals were denied bed placements at the Roosevelt, and asylum seekers were relegated to sleeping outside the center as they awaited services. My colleague, Councilmember Lincoln Ressler, and I showed up and saw up close the hundreds of men, mostly Black Muslims, barricaded on a sidewalk for up to 5 to 6 days with no updates as to when they might begin their intake process. The very next day, these men were gone, thanks to the urgency shown by Ted Long, who is here, and I was really thrilled to be able to speak to him and his honesty with us. Despite the very real operational obstacles the city is encountering, the scene outside of the Roosevelt was simply unacceptable. I'm extremely aware of the fact that our city is facing a serious challenge that has been exacerbated by a lack of support from the state government and federal government. I want to uplift Mayor Adams's call for more funding from the Hochul and Biden administrations and his insistence on expedited work permits. However, a lack of state and federal action does not justify the deterioration of the right to shelter mandate or our status as a sanctuary city and our welcoming spirit. We cannot run away from our obligations to new arrivals, and I will continue to push back against executive actions and rhetoric that indicate we should. As chair of this committee, it is my duty to fight for the values that make New York City a bastion for immigrant rights. As a right to shelter city, we must do right by the asylum seekers who have come to New York seeking safety and opportunity as they navigate a new city and an unfamiliar bureaucracy. People applying for asylum have often survived unimaginable atrocities, leading them to flee their homes and have undergone harrowing journeys to arrive in our city. Many recent arrivals in New York City are of African descent who face additional racial disparities in accessing city services. We remain immensely grateful to the advocates who have been on the ground from day one, providing immeasurable support and resources to meet the needs of all asylum seekers. We want to ensure that our city government matches that commitment to welcome asylum seekers by housing them and providing them with accessible and comprehensive case management services. We look forward to hearing from representatives from the administration, advocates, and asylum seekers today to gather details about how the mayor's 60-day shelter limit will affect New York's right to shelter requirement, where asylum seekers who have received these notices will be housed, how long it will take to house them, and how the administration plans to provide and scale up case management services. I want to thank all the committee staff for their work on this issue, including Jayashree Ganapathy, Senior Legislative Counsel, Nicole Kata, Legislative Counsel, Rebecca Barilla, Policy Analyst, Aminta Kilawan, Senior Legislative Counsel, David Romero, Legislative Counsel, Florentine Cabore, Finance Analyst, and Julia Haramis, Finance Unit Head. I would also like to thank my staff, including Nora Brickner, Chief of Staff, Alex Liao, Legislative and Budget Director, Michael Whitesides, Communications Director, and my summer interns, Ryan Ulwe and Savannah Jackson, who are also here. I also want to thank the sergeants at arms and interpreters who are making this joint hearing run smoothly. Now I will turn it back to Deputy Speaker Ayala.
Translation. Thank you, Councilmember Hanif. I want to recognize that we've also been joined by Councilmember Moya, who's online, and Councilmember Ressler. We will now hear from our public advocate, and I would ask that you please be mindful that translation services are being provided so we can speak as slowly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try. As mentioned, my name is Jamani Williams. I'm the public advocate for the City of New York. I'd like to thank Chairs Ayala and Hanif and the members of the Committees on General Welfare and Immigration for holding this hearing. It's been over a year since the first bus arrived at the Port Authority from Texas carrying migrants seeking refuge, safety, and a chance for a better life for themselves and their loved ones. Since then, over 95,000 migrants have arrived in New York City, and the majority have stayed. In the past year, the city has struggled to accommodate asylum seekers, and as a result, some have experienced violence, abuse, overcrowdedness, and unsanitary living conditions, spoiled with no food and lack of access to clothing, showers, and privacy. I recognize that the city was already in a pre-existing housing crisis with the shelter system unequipped to accommodate over 100,000 people. At the same time, we know that these conditions aren't acceptable, and the administration's continued efforts to undermine the right to shelter, most recently illustrated in this 60-day limit on shelter stays, will not address the root of the problem. In 2002, the average length of stay in a shelter for single adults was 509 days. New York City needs help from the state and federal governments, as well as our neighboring communities, not to weaken a crucial safety net for some of our most vulnerable. I think it's important to mention the day before the first asylum buses came, there were over 50,000 New Yorkers already in the shelter system with an average time over a year, which means this has been a crisis for a long time. Had we addressed that crisis then, it may not be as acute now. Following Mayor Adams' legal request to limit the right to shelter in New York City, the administration announced 60-day limit on shelter stays for adult migrants. If, after 60 days, the person does not have housing, they must reapply for shelter, and case managers will discuss options and next steps, quote unquote, with the person seeking shelter. However, the administration has not provided any further concrete plan for housing people who reach the 60-day limit. Just in the last week, the number of people affected by this new rule totals over 800. While the administration claims the goal is not to force people into the street, we already see it happening. Migrants are sleeping on sidewalks and parks and on the bridges and highways, including large encampments under the BQE, Brooklyn Queens Expressway, and outside the Roosevelt Hotel in Manhattan. We need a clear plan detailing what happens when a person reaches the 60-day limit, what their options are, and their immediate steps. New York City cannot handle this crisis alone. As I mentioned, we need assistance from the state and federal governments, including expedited work authorizations granted by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, so asylum seekers can generate income to move into more permanent housing. We also need more humane, healthy temporary housing options, such as FEMA-supported directed temporary housing sites created on federal land, including transportable temporary housing units or manufactured housing units. We also need to invest in permanent affordable housing, as well as the social structures that prevent homelessness, including reversing the systemic divestment from NYCHA and local implementation of President Biden's federal strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness. Lastly, we must encourage and ensure language access to our city's social and legal services, including indigenous and African dialects relevant to incoming groups. Black immigration usually gets left out of here, particularly folks from Africa and places like Haiti. The right to shelter has been in place for over 30 years, and that right does not simply expire after 60 days in the face of a crisis. While the challenges of meeting this emergency are intense, so too is our obligation to do all we can for the tired, the poor, the huddled masses. We should be focused on creating opportunities for people who come here seeking asylum, not preemptively denying that our city is home to opportunity itself. And again, I'm hoping that the federal government in particular, and even the state, will help us better coordinate, and I hope the state realizes the right to shelter is statewide, not just the city, and the governor steps in to assist us. We cannot handle this alone. I want to make that clear. I do know that right to shelter at some point is a sustainability issue. We haven't reached that point yet, but we do need assistance. And I will end with hoping the administration, as we move forward, will support policies that the council has supported, like supporting good cause eviction and supporting getting revenue raisers in the state. Opposing those things, putting people on the rent guidelines board that raise the rent actually helps make this situation worse. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to now turn it over to our council to swear in members of the administration.
Good afternoon. Joining us today, we have Zachariah Skull, Commissioner of New York City Emergency Management, Ahmed Tegani, First Deputy Commissioner of New York City Housing Preservation and Development, Dr. Ted Long, Senior Vice President for Ambulatory Care and Population Health at New York City Health and Hospitals, Betsy McLean, Chief Engagement Officer for the Mayor's Office, and Manuel Castro, Commissioner of the New York City Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Before we begin, let me acknowledge the devastating events in Maui on behalf of all New Yorkers. To those who are right now mourning the loss of loved ones, and to those impacted by the wildfires, know that this city is holding you in our thoughts. Our profound respect goes to the first responders whose courage and dedication never waver in the face of such adversity. And now, with sincere compassion on behalf of all New Yorkers, we can turn to the matter at hand. Good afternoon, members of the New York City Council. My name is Zach Giskel. I'm the Commissioner for New York City Emergency Management, and I'm here to discuss the surge in asylum seekers in New York City. Joining me at today's hearing is Manny Castro, Commissioner of the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, Dr. Theodore Long, Senior Vice President at NYC Health and Hospitals, Ahmed Tigani, Chief Diversity Officer and First Deputy Commissioner at New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and Betsy McLean, New York City Chief Engagement Officer. The influx of asylum seekers seeking refuge in New York City continues to be challenging, but it's also a great example of what this city can accomplish when we all work together. This is one of the most significant humanitarian crises the city has ever faced. Nearly 100,000 asylum seekers have come through our system asking for shelter or care since April of 2022. New York City has provided services, support, and most importantly, care to more asylum seekers than any other city in the nation. We have done everything in our power to serve these nearly 100,000 migrants. However, with an average of 300 to 500 people still arriving each and every day, and more than 57,300 migrants still in the city's care, New York City is struggling against capacity constraints and has been left, largely alone, to manage this crisis, a national crisis. This is not a city-specific homelessness issue, but a federal immigration issue. And every state and every municipality across the country should be a part of the solution. New York City is and will always be a city that welcomes immigrants. We're proud of that. Every day, myself and a team of dedicated public servants from multiple agencies work around the clock to find safe emergency sites for asylum seekers and families with children to rest their heads. This team of professionals are truly unsung heroes. However, despite our best efforts, it has become increasingly challenging to find sites to shelter people. As the coordinating agency for the City of New York, emergency management is no stranger to assisting people displaced from their homes, whether it's a natural disaster like a hurricane, flood, or other emergencies such as a fire or gas explosion. We have played a role throughout this crisis by coordinating with partners agencies in the opening of humanitarian emergency response and relief centers, coordinating between incoming buses of asylum seekers, and providing support to the operations of the arrival center. In the face of these significant capacity constraints, the city must use every tool at our disposal to attempt to create critically needed space for families with children. To support that effort, we have implemented a 60-day notice policy. Let me be clear. We do not want anyone sleeping on our streets. And if the council walks away with anything today, I hope it's that understanding. In July, single adults who had been in our care for the longest amount of time started receiving these notices on a rolling basis. During the past 2 weeks, some asylum seekers have asked to be reconnected with family and friends throughout the country. We've been able to work with individuals to get them other needed support, like connecting them to CBOs for support. Adult asylum seekers who do not find alternative housing by the time their 60 days are complete will be required to reapply for a new placement at the Asylum Seeker Arrival Center. Again, with the number of families with children in the city's care continuing to increase, this policy will create critically needed space so families with children are not left to sleep on the streets. It is incredibly important to know that we will continue to support asylum seekers as best we possibly can, but there is no way around it. We are past our breaking point. We cannot emphasize enough that we need additional support from the state and federal governments. The governor has declared a disaster emergency relating to the asylum seeker crisis, but the state has neither fully exercised its legal powers nor provided sufficient additional resources to facilitate the city's response. Additional federal actions and resources are also needed, including a declaration of federal emergency for New York that would allow the city to draw upon additional resources. We also need the federal government to establish a national decompression strategy and expedite work authorization so people can start their paths to the American dream. We urge all members of the council to join us in calling for more support from our state and federal partners. New York City can't continue to shoulder the weight of a national issue. As the mayor has said, our city will remain a beacon for all who come to our shores because that is the New York City way. It is time for that to be the American way as well. We now look forward to your questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get my questions here in order because I have so many. I recognize you. Yes, you can go on the list. We've also been joined by Councilmember Sanchez and Councilmember Holden. I know Tiffany wanted to ask a question. Yeah, she's on the list. All right, so I think that for me, the first question, and thank you, again, I would recognize all of the work, and I can't even imagine, I mean, I'm having a day today, and I'm like, I couldn't imagine what your days have been like since the beginning of this crisis, and the difficulty, you know, of having to find a bed for every single person every single night, because it's something that weighs very heavily on my mind. And so when I saw migrants sleeping on the sidewalk, I was devastated by that. You know, I don't want to see anybody sleeping on the street, right? It's just not the ideal situation. But one of the questions that I had, when this happened, I'm assuming that it was because we were at capacity, were the folks that were out on the street did they have access to food and to restrooms?
So I'll turn this over to Dr. Long in a second, but I just want to start by saying, you know, I appreciate the comments about the amount of work that goes into this and how difficult it is. We'll also say, though, every day, and this is 24/7, 7 days a week, the city has been going through this for the better part of a year. I'm inspired every day. I'm inspired by the people I work with every day and the lengths they go to try and keep that from happening. And I can tell you, nobody's hearts were more broken at seeing that happen than the people who have been working for months, day in and days out, behind the scenes, to try and find beds for everybody arriving to this city. I am amazed that didn't happen when we hit 20,000 people, or 25,000 people, or 30,000 people. It happened when we hit 57,000 people, almost 20,000 of them being children in our care. And so nobody's hearts were more broken than ours when that happened, and we are still fighting every day to keep that from happening. But I'll turn it over to Dr. Long to talk about some of the things we did for the folks that were on the street for those few days. Dr. Long.
Yeah, I first wanted to say, Councilmember Ayala, thank you for your comments. When we saw the line outside of the Roosevelt Hotel, my heart broke. And we worked incredibly hard to try to find the solution to it, which was to find a place where we could place everybody that was outside. In the intervening time, I do want to tell you a little bit about what we did to make sure that we were able to take care of people to the best of our ability, as we did not have placement for them immediately. So one thing you asked about food. So we served people 3 meals a day outside for the duration of the time that they were in the line. We made sure that everybody was well attended to with respect to food, and everybody had the food that they needed, and we were accommodating any requests. One thing that you may not have noticed is that the line tended to be longer during the day, but at night it got shorter. The reason for that is the line was actually something that was forming during the heat wave, as you'll recall. Mm-hmm. So every night, and I'll give the specific example of the Saturday night during the heat wave when it was the hottest out, we worked extremely hard to give people respite during the night and bring them out of the line that night, giving them a deli counter ticket so that they could retain their space the following day. But that Saturday night, I remember my team and I were up literally all night finding a combination of buses that we had lined up that had air conditioning in them, using all of the ballrooms, every single one in all of the hotels that we had, lining them with cots, which had bathrooms, of course, too. But at 2 in the morning that night, if you would have gone to the Roosevelt Hotel, there were 0 people in line. The next morning, we had to obviously have people leave the air-conditioned vans, things like that. But the line is something that we never want to see again. When we did have the line, we did do our very best to make sure that people were safe with respect to heat and with respect to food, things like that, for the duration of it. But I just want to be very, very clear. We're going to do everything in our power to avoid that ever happening again. And the way to avoid that happening again, the only way to have certainty that we wouldn't have a line like that form again, is if we have continued help from the state. We're opening Creedmoor next week. We're opening Randall's the week after that. We couldn't do that without the state. Their support's what's enabling us to do that. But opening new sites and creating new space is what we need to do to avoid having to form a line in the future. And we also want to call on the federal government to give us their support as well in terms of specific spaces that they may have access to and in terms of resources to run sites at those spaces. That's what we need in order to succeed in giving people the care that they deserve.
So how many people were actually, did you register? I'm sure you kept a record of the number of folks that were actually on the line, and how many days were they there?
Of course. So it varied day by day. Some days early on there was 10, 15 people in line. Near the end there was nearly 200 people in the line. That was on the final day where we were able to unlock the option that night that we needed, new space. It was a literal miracle that a church raised their hand that final night and said that they have space for us, which had been what we had so desperately been seeking, and we didn't waste a minute. That night, we had everybody in line go to that church safely, and they slept safely that night in the church that offered to help us.
Are they still there?
Some of them are. I believe most of them are still in that particular church. Some of which we shuffle things around every day to make sure that we're giving everybody access to all the services they need, things like that. But the majority of people are still in that church now. One other point I want to say about the line, which I should have said at the outset, is that when people were in the line, we not only gave them a deli counter ticket that had their number, so if you did go to the bathroom or if you went to the bus to cool down and came back out, we'd wait, half hour or an hour if you weren't immediately there so that we could make sure that everybody retained their spot. And we also gave everybody 2-hour updates about if we were going to have any new placement options coming online, things like that. And we offered to reticket you. So some people in line actually did tell us that they were ready to be reticketed to go to a different place. And in those cases, we would immediately take them out of the line, bring them into our reticketing part of the arrival center, and reticket them immediately, and then they'd go on to their final destination that night.
So I just kind of want to go back a little bit because this is the only way that I can make sense of this and understand the bigger picture. So in the initial months of this crisis, we were having a lot of conversations about the reticketing process and the fact that most migrants that were coming into New York City were being sent to New York City, oftentimes against, not their will, but without their knowledge, right? They had no idea where the hell they were going. They just ended up in New York City. I remember, and I think I testified, I spoke about this in one of our hearings, that when I was at 30th Street, there was a gentleman that came from Texas, and he wanted to go to a different part of Texas and was sent to New York, so now he had to be reticketed and go back. And so when I hear about the mayor's proposal to implement a policy, it feels to me that we're working from the assumption that most migrants are coming here of free will, right? And that isn't always the case. So I worry that implementing the 60-day policy is gonna leave folks out on the street with nowhere to go and no resources to provide for food or clothing. And I get it, and I wanna be very clear that I am not saying that, this is anybody's doing. This is horrible that we've all been put in this position and that human beings are suffering in the way that they are. And I push back against, all of the naysayers that, have been very critical and disrespectful in their rhetoric about, people being able-bodied and being able to work. That isn't always the case, and I don't think that we should make assumptions unless we have the facts in front of us that really reflect that. So I take offense, and I'm not talking to the administration, I'm talking now to, individuals that have called me and have, expressed outrage, right, that we're continuing to coddle migrants. People are fleeing their country and coming through very treacherous, unsafe conditions with children, pregnant women, elderly, people that are severely sick. I would never do that unless I felt I had no other choice than to do something like that. And so I just really wanted to say that because I find it really unfortunate that in a city like ours, where most of us happen to, have family that migrated here, and some of us had a little bit better luck than others, that level of judgment would continue to occur. I don't think that rhetoric is appropriate. But of the number of folks, if you can, I don't know if you have this information, but of the number of folks that have been coming, of the number that we have now, specifically I'm talking about the singles, the people that would be targeted under this policy. Do we know how many of those people decided that they wanted to be here in New York City, and how many came here and ended up staying because this is where they were sent, and they have nowhere else to go?
I can. You can start. I'll start, because one of the things you said that has been the cornerstone of our approach to all of this is we want to give people what they want. That's our number one goal. And we were seeing early on, we actually had several examples of people coming from Texas trying to get to different parts of Texas. And we would immediately give them what they wanted, which was to reticket them back to Texas, but it was an enormous waste of resources both ways, and a waste of time too. I mean, people would spend a week traveling for no reason. They wanted to go from point A to point B in Texas. With the arrival center, one of the ways that we're able to get at that in terms of immediately, to your question around when people are arriving here, is this where they want to be? Is this where they're trying to go? The arrival centers actually give us an opportunity we didn't have before to really look into that and have the conversation up front, so I can ask somebody, is this your final destination, or do you have friends and family somewhere else? Are you trying to go somewhere else? Do you have a sponsor somewhere else? And a statistic I'll give you to show, I think, why the arrival center is so important is that today, and it's true every day now, between 300 and 500 asylum seekers will enter the front door of the New York City Asylum Seeker Arrival Center, 300 to 500 people. Among those 300 to 500 asylum seekers, 1 out of every 4 will leave through that same door within 24 hours with our help being reticketed or reunited to go to their final destination. 1 out of every 4. In some cases, it's because their sponsor was always somewhere else, but this was the only option they were given from Texas. In others, it's our ability to discuss with people. Maybe you had a brother in Chicago, hadn't talked to him in a while. Let's call him right now. Let's work together to use this period of time upon immediately arriving in New York City to see what your needs and wants are. And I think that the fact that 1 out of every 4 people were able to help them complete their journeys within 24 hours proves your point, but also shows that with our help, we can be very effective in helping people to take the next step forward. I don't know if you guys want to add anything to...
Sure. First, I would like to thank the City Council and the Public Advocate for standing with us in calling the federal government to do more. And I start with that because what you saw in front of the Roosevelt last week is directly correlated with a lack of support by the federal government, not just here in New York City, but to set up a decompression strategy that works for this asylum crisis that we're facing, not just in New York, but as a nation. As some of you know, MOIA deployed its language access and support staff to the arrival center when the lines began to form. We deployed our language access staff who were able to connect with the migrants that were coming from West Africa in particular, who informed us that they were being sent here from Arizona, actually. And we've learned that a number of different actors across the country are basically sending people to New York. This is why we're calling on the federal government to create a decompression strategy to make sure that there's a welcoming approach across the country so that migrants can settle across the country and not just come to New York because we are the only ones providing this level of support. And that is important to emphasize because I can attest that my colleagues here today do everything possible to support asylum seekers upon arrival. It breaks our heart to see asylum seekers, especially families with children, arrive in much need of help, and we want to avoid what we saw last week. And so you have a commitment to make sure that we continue to work day and night to avoid what happened yesterday, last week, but without the support of the federal government, this might continue to happen.
So where did the recommendation for the 60-day rule come from? I mean, was that something that all of the agencies involved concluded was the best option? And if so, how did you arrive that, at a place where you felt comfortable enough? And I get it, we have to house families, That's a priority. But my concern here is really, if I'm a single person and I'm coming to New York City against my will, but I really don't have anybody, I came here and took, I'm taking my chances, and now I receive one of these letters, I'm gonna end up sleeping, in a local park somewhere. So you guys have the data, you're interviewing folks as they come in. Who concluded that this was the best avenue?
Yeah. So, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So it's a great question. So first off, I think one of the things that we're always doing is looking at the data, always adjusting, making changes, right? That policy could shift to the left or the right based on how effective it is. There's some historical precedent for it when you look at other forced migration crises. We also think I think we should not underestimate the abilities, the resourcefulness, the agency of the people in our care. And a lot of them, I think, given 60 days, will find, another place. They will be able to get out on their own feet. They just need that period of time to sort of get some sense of stability and figure out what that next step is going to be when they first arrive here. And we think that is the amount of time needed for them to do that, and to give them that amount of time. Ted, anything that you would add to that?
I can speak a little bit to the implementation of the policy at my humanitarian center sites so far. So far, we've issued 913 notices among asylum seekers at our humanitarian center sites. And a couple of things we've learned so far. So one thing is, nobody's surprised when we're giving them the 60-day notices. And part of the reason I think for that is that when we're talking to people initially, really make the point that the critical opportunity here is intensive case management. Case management, to use your words, Councilmember Ayala, is helping people to get what they want. And that what we're doing is we're starting to have those conversations now. And among those that we've given a notice to, and we've had a face-to-face conversation with them about what they want with our case managers, 65% of them so far have told us, okay, we're ready to make an exit plan with you, but we need something. That something could be IDNYC. That something could be OSHA training. That something could be learning to speak English. That something could be reticketing. We're actually hearing a lot of people didn't know or didn't fully understand the reticketing options that we're offering them in New York City to reunite them with friends and family across the country. So after we've had these conversations, some people so far that same day or the following day have actually already left our humanitarian centers after we've taken this opportunity at this stage in the crisis to better understand what they need now. To me, that's a very important point. What our asylum seekers needed 6 months ago isn't necessarily the same thing that they need now. So we're using this as an opportunity through intensive case management to be crystal clear about what people need now. And then our job is to meet their needs as best we can. But that's incredibly important to us, and that's what, those are some of the things we've learned so far. I'll turn to my colleagues to see if you guys want to add anything to.
No, I think you captured most of it pretty perfectly. So for us, we have our center at 455 Jefferson. Notices have gone out to the 533 guests there for those single adults that are in the hotels, downstate hotel system we manage. Those notices are going out this week. I would just add two things. The conversations, as Ted pointed out, is reminding, reiterating information that they've heard through their experience. And of course, they're going through and dealing with past trauma, the existing work of trying to get their feet under them. And so it may just be that this was the opportunity that they were ready to listen and hear what the options are. And we are in a position through the intensified case work to get them what they need to move to the next stage. Additionally, the intake process that we talked about earlier goes through multiple points of information. Everything from dietary needs through what do you need to get to the next step, and we're learning from these conversations and improving in the front end. As the commissioner mentioned, we're constantly looking at the data, we're looking at our processes, and we're learning from it and making it stronger.
Can I just add? I just want to emphasize intense case management is a big part of this approach. Asylum seekers are not surprised, as the Commission mentioned, because in most parts of the country they've been, they only get a handful of days or weeks in their shelters after they are told that they have to leave without case management or support. Here, people will get this case management and support to figure out what's next. And it allows them to plan, at least for the asylum seekers that I've spoken with, and I speak with them on a regular basis, it allows them to figure out a plan along with the support of our teams.
No, I get that. I don't want to throw migrants into an unfamiliar pool of water and hope that they can swim. I want to know that they can swim. And so that means that I want to, and I need to be comfortable knowing that people have the ID that they need, right, which has been a concern. People have complained about, the timeliness and of the appointments, being pushed out months sometimes, that they're going to be able to feed themselves and that they're going to be able to have a roof over their head. And case management is important in determining that. But for me, it almost sounds like it's a blanket approach. Like if you're a single male or, a single individual in one of our shelters, you're going to get this letter regardless. And I expect you to sit with folks and interview them and try to find alternative housing, right, if that is a viable option. But to create a policy that seems to me, and I may be wrong, right, and this is why we're having this discussion today, like a blanket approach, response to a crisis, because we're gonna, it almost feels like we're sacrificing one group of people because we have a higher responsibility to children and, and families. I just want to get that. I want to get clarity on that if my assessment of it is incorrect. And again, I heard a lot, but I don't think that I really heard a response to the question. Is like, who determined that this was the way to go? Was this a collective response, or is this whether this who thought 60 days was an ideal number and that this is how we should approach the situation?
Yeah, so a lot of our decision-making is, we've got an amazing team that works very, very closely together, and that's the genesis of many of these types of decisions. At the end of the day, this effort is led by Ann Williams Isom, Camille Joseph Varlak, and the mayor. But the other thing I just wanted to mention is that, look, we share all of your concerns, right? All of your concerns are 100% valid. I think one of the things that we really hope the City Council understands is that we have to make decisions every day that are impossible choices that we don't want to have to make. And I think in a world of where you have to make decisions based on the next worst alternative, it's not just about families with children, it's also about newly arriving single adults. Would you rather have somebody on the streets who has been here for 2 hours? Or would you rather give somebody 60 days, help them get on their feet, and open up a bed for that person? And we believe that by giving them that 60 days, by doing this case management, by giving them those options, we can open up those additional beds and capacity, not just for families with children, but also for incoming single adults, in order to keep that from happening. And as you have noted, that if somebody has to go back to the arrival center, they can go back to the arrival center.
So why not? So this is the part of it that I'm kind of confused with. If I'm a single person and I'm given the 60-day notice, and now I'm at day 60 and I have to exit, but I can go back if I really don't have anywhere to go. I can go back to the intake center and hope that there's a bed somewhere. If that bed is available somewhere, why not just transfer the individual to the bed as opposed to making them having to go through the whole process again? And I say this because, this is a really homelessness is it's an experience. It's an experience. It's a really lonely, place to be. And, I don't want to coddle people. And if an able-bodied person, we can help them get a job, I want to help them to get that job. I want them to be self-sufficient. I'm with you on all of that. But I am just really kind of stuck here,
Yeah, well, I'll start and I'll turn back to our team. I mean, I think for me a really important point, and this is agreeing with what you were saying, is that we want to take the opportunity if somebody is ready to take that next step forward to see what they would need in order to take that step forward. And I think it's encouraging that 65% of the people that we've had the discussion with so far have told us, yes, I'm ready to take the next step forward, but I do need your help in order to do that. And the types of help that they're asking for are some of the things that you just shared as well. I would also say I think it would be great if we could all work together to figure out how we could meet the needs of our asylum seekers. What I can commit to you is that I will have a much better sense as the days go by about what their new needs are at this stage in the crisis. So we're not making any assumptions about this. It's literally us listening and seeing what people's needs are now. And then our shared goal can be to meet those needs. Your question around on day 60, what happens and somebody going back to the arrival center. Our fervent goal here is to help as many people not come back to the arrival center as possible, because every person that doesn't come back to the arrival center, we want to shake their hand, wish them well, and know that they're going on to take the next step forward in their journey. And again, 65% of the people are telling us that they're ready to do that now if we can give them the help that they need. But for those that can't, the arrival center for anybody coming into New York City today, which it would also be true for anybody on day 61 as part of this policy, is welcome to come back to the arrival center. And that's why we're seeking to open sites like Creedmoor, like Randall's the following week, so that we can build the capacity to give people the care that they need and deserve, so that we can meet them where they are and keep having opportunities to assess what their needs are and to meet those needs.
All right, so every policy obviously has an unintended consequence. Has the collective, discussed what those potential unintended consequences would be, and do you have a contingency plan to address those?
I mean, look, we're concerned about we share all of your concerns, right? And so I think we believe that this plan is something that will address most of them. But again, we have never been fixed in our positions. And I think what we have done throughout this crisis is where we've needed to adjust or respond or do something differently, we have. If we started to see a marked increase in people ending up in the streets because of the 60-day policy, or at the end of the 60 days, we saw that there was a marked increase in the number of people that just still needed to be in the, we would adjust, right? And I think we have remained flexible throughout, and we will continue to remain flexible throughout.
I mean, I think because I think if we learn anything about people sleeping in the street, I think that it's catastrophic, and not only it's not a good look also for New York City to have folks sleeping in a park. And I think this is a conversation, and I think this is something that even the mayor agrees with, right? Because we've had many conversations about doing outreach to the street homeless population, and so we don't want to create a situation where we have folks that are sleeping, out on the street. I have a lot of questions, so I could literally be here all day, and but I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to ask questions as well, so I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. That was a strong start. And I want to also begin by just extending my gratitude to each of you here, and I see your work, I speak to you frequently, and Dr. Long and Commissioner Castro, I was with you at the Roosevelt Intake Center just last week with my colleague, Councilmember Ressler, and have no doubt about your commitment and the day in, day out discipline that you are bringing to showing up for every one of our newest neighbors. So thank you for that. And yesterday, as I've been touring our city's respite centers, I got to visit the Touro College Center, and from the earlier days of my visits to yesterday's visit, and David, Deputy Commissioner, had joined us, and it felt like a model center, and I was really drawn to the very specific accommodations, particularly for the Muslim asylum seekers there. It was the first center I had visited that had single women and couples without children, and so really seeing those who have not been entirely depicted in the news has been a critical part of really being up close in the centers, and I appreciate the cooperation you have shown so that we can visit and really understand what's happening inside and have the opportunity to talk with folks directly. So, getting right into the 60-day directive, could you share when the first notices went out?
It was Health and Hospitals sent the first ones out. You want to?
Yes, it was a little bit over, approximately 2 weeks ago.
Was that before the announcement in July or after the announcement?
After the announcements.
Okay.
And for HPD, again, last week, the first notices went out after the announcement, and this week, so those notices went out for our Congregate Center at 455 Jefferson. This week, notices will be delivered to single adults in our hotel system downstate.
I'll get you the exact date right now, actually.
Okay.
Just give me a
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, given the speed in which policies and directives have been coming out, and I understand the necessity to be flexible, but the general opaqueness of policies being announced versus whether policies are being implemented without public disclosure or disclosure to the council has been a concern of mine, whether a policy is being implemented already or if a policy is announced and then implementation begins. So I would appreciate the dates and kind of the tier of when and which cohort of people will be receiving, if you could talk a little bit more.
I think I can confirm. So I believe it's August 1st or the 2nd, where the first letters were delivered at 455 Jefferson, and that happened in waves. And that was because we put together a team of individuals who work with the folks who are getting this communication, and we wanted to be able to do it in a thoughtful manner. So it happened in waves starting on the 1st or 2nd, I'll confirm that, and then starting this week, I believe either Tuesday or Wednesday, is when the notes were going to be delivered to the individuals who are in our hotel system downstate.
And is the notice different per agency, or it's one notice, every agency has that notice, or are there several agencies in charge of distribution?
We have modeled our notice off of Health and Hospitals.
Okay, so there are some.
They're very similar. There might be a couple modifications. We just started notifications yesterday. So I couldn't tell you if it's exactly the same, but it's modeled off of.
Why are there distinctions, or could you talk to the?
I don't know if there are distinctions between the
I see.
notification letter.
Again, the notices are built and designed for the individuals at the center. For instance, we are indicating the name, who they are. We're trying to make sure that it's personalized to a certain degree to that individual. Everything from the language they indicated at their preference at intake, and we track throughout the process. They're being delivered the notice in their preferred language. They are verbally communicated the notice in their preferred language. That information and communication is tracked in the system. This way, we are making sure that we are not having gaps or skipping individual contacts. Also, to what Dr. Long mentioned, there is follow-up questions about what they need to make that next step. So that, again, is part of that process. And some of those specifics based on the location may have required us to make adjustments to the base consistent letter.
Okay, that's helpful to know, because I was under the impression that a sort of a template of some kind went out in mass, and this personal touch component I don't think has been publicized in a way, nor have I gotten information about that directly. And so that's helpful to know that there's a data set of like when folks arrived, and according to a certain date and time is when somebody will receive a personalized notice with conversation.
I think the basic principles of strong, service delivering and just case management is about making sure that the individuals are working and understanding and keeping track of their communications and making sure that communication is delivered in a way they understand. That's just a principle that anyone who works in social service follows, and it's been adopted in the way that we approach our work.
Just add on 2 quick points there. I'm still waiting for my team to text me. I want to give you the exact dates for when the first notice went out and then for when the announcement was, so we'll tie that down in just a moment. But your 2 other questions, just to be precise about them. The first notices that we gave out were among asylum seekers that had been with us for more than 60 days, and we started with those that had been with us the longest. So we intentionally wanted to first have the discussion with people that had been staying at our sites the longest amount of time. The other important point, which you were saying, but just to draw it out, is the way that we did the notices was if you had a moment, we'd pair you up with a caseworker right away so that we were able to, implement case management, to have that discussion with you that day, or we'd say, you can come back later, or we could find you later, whatever's best for you. But we wanted people to know that we wanted to support them as part of this process and have case management be something that they would know about and be a part of from the moment they get the notice.
Understood. I'm going to go into case management in a bit and want to dig a little deeper here. Could you more precisely talk about the determination around which residents receive the notice? If it's by location, duration of stay, application status, or other factors?
Sorry, for us, and again, we just started notifications yesterday, but it's primarily based on length of stay. And
Okay.
so, however, strong caveat, just because of the logistics of giving those notifications at so many different sites, it is also based on what site they are at. So we try to do, about 50 a day, just because of the casework and the notifications and the people that need to do it. So that is somewhat also determined by where people are in addition to the length of stay. So those are the two primary variables for us.
And I'll let on. One, I just want to be precise to your question. The first notice went out on July 24th. So, and just to be completely clear, I don't remember when we made the formal announcement, but I do know that the first notice went out July 24th, so we can cross-check that. And then, the way that we rolled out the notices at our health and hospitals, humanitarian centers, where we started at one site, and we talked to people that had been there for more than 60 days, starting with the people that had been there longest at one site. The reason for that is we wanted to be able to bring all of our resources together to give you the opportunity to talk to a case manager that was trained in the more intensive discussion, because the way that we orchestrated it is we had the initial discussion with you as we were giving you the notice, but then we would plan to follow up and sort of make an appointment with you in 1 week and then the week after that too. So in order to have be able to schedule those sort of follow-up appointments, if you will, with people, we wanted to make sure that we had all of our staff ready to do that at one site. So that's why we started at one site.
And Chair, if I just want to correct, so I said August 1st and 2nd. In fact, the first notices went out on July 31st.
Thank you. And then, do people who get the 60-day notice have to go to the arrival center, or can they go to the shelter intake? Where are they directed to go? Like, if they are unable to find and secure alternative housing accommodations.
If they are not able to?
If they're not
Back to the
able
arrival center.
Back to the arrival. So they are instructed, if you are unable to, you've not succeeded in finding or reticketing or finding housing here, you got to go back to the arrival center, not the shelter, not our general shelter intake center.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Do you expect there to be a bleeding into of folks headed to the shelter intake center, or how are we distinguishing these two intake centers?
We don't expect that to happen. We expect people to go back to the arrival center.
Okay. And then I know, Dr. Long, you mentioned that 1 out of 4 asylum seekers have been reticketed successfully. How many individuals have left our city? The 60-day period hasn't reached yet, right? Folks have just gotten the notice saying at a certain date you will need to leave the system or come back into the system. But how many people have successfully left the system?
Yeah, so if I may, can I just clarify the 1 in 4 statistic?
Please,
and then
yeah.
I'll answer how many have left our system. So the 1 in 4 statistic is among asylum seekers that are arriving, for the first time in New York City, coming in through the front door of the arrival center. Among all of those coming into the arrival center, 1 out of every 4 will leave the arrival center within 24 hours, either reticketed to go somewhere else that they, to use Councilmember Ayala's words, want to go, Or we've been able to talk to them and identify that they have friends or family in New York City, and we're able to help them to be reunited with friends and family in New York City, which wouldn't require them to be reticketed, but that would be an option they would take as opposed to entering our city system. So 25% of people that come into the arrival center will leave the arrival center without entering our city system, but with our help taking the next step forward in their journeys for where they're trying to go. In terms of all of the overall denominator of 98,500 asylum seekers, over that number, that have come into our city system that we've cared for throughout this crisis, there are 57,300, over 57,300 that remain in our care, which means approximately 40%, or nearly 40,000 asylum seekers that were in our city system, that were receiving our care, with our help, have been able to exit and take their next step forward. Okay,
that's helpful to know. So could you repeat that number one more time?
Yeah, which one?
How many have successfully?
Yeah, so approximately 40%,
40%,
or nearly 40,000.
Or nearly 40,000. And was that a result of the intensive case management that you all lifted up?
So that's to date over the since the crisis began over a year ago. I think case management served a critical role in that.
Okay, so could you talk a little bit more about the specific case management services people who have received notices are receiving?
I'm happy to. I'll start and then I'll turn to, so I don't talk too much. Just for everybody, case management is a service that's provided by people, case managers, that seeks to identify what help you need and then to connect you with referrals or resources to help you get that help. It's akin to, I'm a primary care doctor. I sort of view myself as a case manager in healthcare. I evaluate my patients, I make referrals as necessary to get them any help that they need. So what we've done with the 60-day notices is, as we're handing somebody the 60-day notice, we have a conversation and say, here's the notice, here's what it means. Have you thought about making an exit plan, and what help do you need? Let's start the conversation now, and we'll talk to you again next week, if not before then. When we've had those one-on-one, face-to-face conversations, that's where 65% so far of the asylum seekers that we've given notices to share back with us, okay, I'm ready to make an exit plan, I'm ready to take the next step forward in my journey, but I do need help with something in order to do that. And that's where they list for us the type of help that they need, that our case managers then work with them in order to accomplish. Things like getting ID NYC, learning to speak English, OSHA training, getting reticketed, those are some examples.
And I'm just trying to understand if this is a different level of service than you were already providing. My understanding was from most of the hearings we've had on the topic of asylum seekers that there has been a level of case management services, because the original concept around some of these alternative housing for asylum seekers was as triage facilities to be able to really connect people with the services they needed and then have them exit. Is what's happening right now different, and how is it different from when in the past you all have mentioned ID NYC being a feature of when an asylum seeker arrives, or other services?
Well,
yeah.
From the HPD perspective, so we have had these services in place since the beginning. We've constantly been talking to individuals, trying to move them into different stages of readiness, connecting them to legal support, connecting them to various referrals to get help for what they've asked for help. I think what we're describing here is, as we move into this next stage, we are trying to more deeply get into some of the problems or complexities, and then leveraging sort of a multi-agency solution to solve for those issues. It was always available before. I think we're putting more people involved in the process, coming together to make sure that if there are problems, and sometimes problems came up over time. So they may have started and tried to figure out what it is that they want to do, or didn't quite know what the issue was in the beginning, but as they continued their time with us, talking to a referral specialist, they learned, in order for me to make that next step, I need to do X. So that is part of the evolution of our work with the individuals at our center.
And just if I add one more quick point there, I think what you said actually captures it well. We've always had a level of case management, but this is different and higher, defined as this is a proactive approach, where instead of waiting for you to come to us, we are now coming to you in an organized way and coming to everybody.
That's great.
The only thing I would add to that is the letter doesn't say you're getting kicked out in 60 days.
Yeah,
Right?
I
What
sure
the letter
hope not.
says is, we need your help. That's how the letter starts. We need your help. We need to have your help making room for other people who are arriving. And I think that it creates a greater willingness to engage with the case managers at these sites as well, that maybe then had existed before.
Yeah, no, I appreciate hearing this proactive approach, because we knew all along that there were services available, but it wasn't entirely confirmed to us whether or not or how that process was working. And so to know that there's a level of case management now that is proactive, could you share how many case management providers there are? Who are the providers? Are these the folks that we've met at the MedRight, the .go, the Haggerty contracts? Are there outside partners providing case management? Could you describe who the providers are?
For HPD, Gardner is our who we've contracted with to provide our services at 455 Jefferson, and then .go is managing the services for the downstate hotels that we're talking about here.
A similar model, I would just add, and again, you also said this well, the case managers that when you visit our sites you've seen, they're the same ones now, we're adding more, but they're the same base that are, it's the person you've seen coming into the building, but instead of you potentially walking by that person in the past, today they're going to reach out to you and proactively have a conversation to check in with you about what you need at this point in the crisis. So it's people that are staff members, the people who already have experience recognizing their faces, knowing who they are, but the difference now is really the proactive approach.
Are you all working with a contractor?
Yes, sorry. We are working with primarily MedRight.
Okay. And I'll just ask a few more questions and pass it to my colleagues. And I also want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilmember Althea Stevens and Natasha Williams. Of the people who have received notices, how many have been provided legal services? Are we tracking applications and initiating those conversations as well?
I'll just give a quick response and I'll turn to my colleagues. Your precise question is, among those that have received a notice, how many have already been connected and maybe now may have a referral to legal services?
Yeah.
We may have to get back to you on that, because part of the approach is we are actively making referrals as part of the process.
Okay.
I don't know if, if anything you want to
Yes, we'll get back to you on that. I mean, we have been providing legal services primarily to families and children. And again, as we roll this out, I'm sure we'll get back to you on those numbers.
That would be helpful. And I understand the priority of families with children, but given that this is affecting the single adults, would be curious to just better understand the landscape of the legal services offered and those who have successfully filed their asylum applications. And then finally, of the people who've received the notices, have they all received their IDNYC card? And if so, how many?
Well, I can start off by saying they have not all received their IDNYC card, because it's one of the things that they're asking us for. So armed with that information about one of the key things that they're telling us at this point in the crisis is an important need of theirs, we now get to do our jobs, which is to figure out how best to connect them to what they're telling us they need in order to take the next step forward.
Same here.
Will we be able to get a number just to continue to track the IDNYC coverage and ensuring that everyone has been told about the access to IDNYC and has applied and or now we know successfully have received their card? That would be really helpful for the council. Thank you. I'll pass it back to Deputy Speaker.
I just want to add that one of my concerns is also the ensuring that legal services is informing folks that they have to change their address, because we don't want, a situation where folks are missing their appointments, and that's been a really sensitive, topic. So I know that Mr. Skoll has a hard stop at 2:45-3?
2:45.
2:45? Okay, so I'm going to pass it over to Public Advocate Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. First, I want to shout out my 15-year-old, Amelie Claremont, who's here having a civics lesson. So just wave. All right. Thank you very much. And then for folks who are listening, I just want to make sure we clarify that we shouldn't treat anyone, depending on their legal status, badly. But I want to make sure folks are clear that the people who are coming in are actually processing a legal way to be here. And so there's nothing legal about what's going on, and I know that some of our friends sometimes across the aisle will present this differently. I also know that the reason that New York City is going through this crisis, in my opinion, first, is because of Republican governors who are sending busloads of folks here. And I want to make that clear. And secondly, I do believe that the White House and the President have yet to act in a way that will help us in terms of the things that we're asking for, from decompression strategy to money to getting folks situated in other places and coordinating. And I'm thankful that Tom Perez is here. I'm happy I met with him a few weeks ago. Hopefully it will lead to something. And I think the governor and the state took too long to act. It's starting to act now, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done. With that said, I do want to lend myself to what some folks are saying. I want to make it public that I think folks are doing a job that is almost impossible. So I want to say thank you for that. And I know sometimes we have some interesting conversations, Commissioner High School, but I want to make sure that we're clear that there are very bad decisions that have to be made, very tough decisions that can't be easy to have to do that day in and day out. But I know that we have to keep going, and this hearing is about the 60-day notice, and so I'm going to try to focus on that because there have been people who wanted to chip away at the right to shelter for a very, very long time. My biggest concern is that chipping it away now will weaken it and allow it to go away forever. And so I'm very concerned about that, and I want to know, it seems, and I think there's a lot of agreement on where we are, why we're here, and what we have to do. I do think there were some missteps, and maybe that's for another hearing. But this aside, does the administration and the mayor believe that we should not have a right to shelter? I want to start there because that's what I feel when I hear a lot of the messaging that's coming from the administration and from the mayor.
So that is not the case. Even though that this is an unprecedented emergency and there are things that we need to do in the face of an unprecedented emergency. But I think, as you all noticed, the question hasn't come up yet, that we don't have, DSS is not at the table right now. The reason DSS and DHS is not at the table is because this 60-day policy does not apply to them. It applies to us with the emergency shelters and the work that we're doing, but that is not the intent of the administration.
I do believe when we're trying to get the permanent housing, if we can get the folks who have been in the system the longest into permanent housing, I think it will help open up some spaces for New Yorkers. That too is probably another hearing and some disagreements we have there, but some ways that I think we can actually do that and push on that. And if I understand correctly, there's going to be a monitoring of whether the 60-day notice change increases population on the street. Is that what we're saying? And who's doing that monitoring?
Well, I think what we're going to be doing is monitoring the effectiveness of it. And there's other variables here that we need to look at too in terms of, is there some sort of federal action like there was in December and January that leads to a precipitous decline in people coming to the city? Is there some sort of action by the state or the federal government that increases our capacity to provide respite and shelter to more people? So I think there's a lot of sort of other variables here that will then drive decisions. But for where we are right now, we think this is the best policy to actually keep people off the street. But it's something that if this is not working for some reason, or we'll make those adjustments.
Who is monitoring whether, and what's the definition of effectiveness, I guess, because I will say my concern, one, I don't agree with this. I think it's a chipping away at the right to shelter, and I realize how difficult this is. I think we have to keep pushing to do it and keep fighting and get the resources that we need. But who is monitoring, and what is the effectiveness, the definition of effectiveness?
So we are all monitoring it, and then we have daily reports. We do weekly data where we're all working for Deputy Mayor Williams Isom, the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations, but that is where all of our agencies feed information to on the implementation of these policies and how they're working.
Okay, I'm going to end here because I know folks have some things they want to ask and you have to leave. I do want to shout out Deputy Mayor Williams Isom as well because I know how difficult this is. The Roosevelt, from when I visited, obviously the folks outside, and we have concerns about that, but the operations, I think, were happening very well. So I want to say thank you for that. But we really, I think the 60-day notice is the wrong way to go. I already see people in the streets increasing. I think we should not try to take away the right to shelter. We have to push the governor to do what she should be doing, which is making sure that it is clear that this right to shelter is statewide, and help with her own decompression strategy from here, from New York City. So I think that's an error, and that's what this is about. But again, we have to also do things that help the housing in this city. And so I just want to make clear that there's some things the administration does that I think makes housing worse, which then trickles down and affects us here. So thank you all, and I'm sure I'll see you on the streets doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. You all have enough accolades, so I'm not going to add to them.
We'll take the wins.
No, not from me. All right, the first question I have is on the numbers. So if you've got 913 notices, that includes HBD's 533? No, separately. So what's the total? 913 plus 533 plus something else? Plus OEM, or whatever the hell you're
I think
called
the
now?
total currently as of the 10th is the number that I have is just over 1,400.
1,400, okay.
Yeah, just
Okay. And then the question
And
is,
Councilmember, so it's 533 at Jefferson, and then it's 45 within the downstate hotel piece, and those notices are going out this week.
okay. And elected officials in those areas, do they get told, because I think people are somewhat confused. We know where the families and children are, that's easy, but between the HERCs and the HBDs and the whatever OEMs.
respite centers.
Respite centers, is it, I mean, are you letting electeds know that this center is under the 60-day rule? Or could somebody do
Well,
that?
it's not the full center that's under the 60-day rule. It's the population that has received those notices. Right?
Exactly,
so
but
it's
I'm
not
just
a
saying, can you
blanket. So,
make
for
sure-
example, for us, we gave notice to 17 people yesterday.
Okay, to
Right.
the elected officials in that area.
We will make sure that we are, but that should be happening.
Okay, because what happens is nasty people in neighborhoods who don't want migrants say, oh, good, maybe our people can leave. I don't like that, but I'm just saying, if you could let people know in your center, this population is eligible for the 60 days. Just a suggestion, because people in the public are confused, and with all due respect to the press, they don't make it clearer. Just a suggestion. All right. The second question I have is case managers. Are they city employees?
Well, I can start on our side, and I'll turn to my colleagues to share on their side. So the case managers themselves are often, if not always, vendors. But to your point, the people doing the work are the same people that have been doing the work with asylum seekers at our sites for a long time now. So really have been doing the work specific to this population, which has specific needs, as you're getting at. And they are always under constant supervision of New York City Health and Hospitals. And we, as you know, have a rich history in case management and social work as a cornerstone of everything that we do. So I have my team who are city employees of New York City Health and Hospitals are overseeing every aspect of the case management work. And it's further been complemented by, for example, working with International Rescue Committee. They've given us guidance about how to best do this work, things like that. So we're able to bring in expertise to make sure that that's informing the work constantly too.
I'll just add that in addition is also more often than not, it's going to be the vendor who is recruiting case management services. We do ensure that any certifications, trainings, ongoing trainings are happening. They're working with our HPD staff that has experience in emergency housing services. And again, the thing to highlight is that we are often talking with H&H, and we are sharing lessons about how the case management should proceed.
I'm concerned about it. I'm not going to dwell on it because, if you're referring to CBOs or you're doing things that are within the 5 boroughs to help them, I do think that having permanent city employees doing this work would be helpful for our future as a city. So I am concerned about generally how many outside people are doing this work. And I think the case management, to me, would be the most likely and the best use. Let me give you a very quick example because I know my time is up. I'm in all the shelters. I know social services. So I go and I say, do you know that the library's down the street, the ESL around the corner? No, I don't know anything. Well, all due respect to DHS, because these are DHS, but it could be anybody. They're from the Bronx, they're in Manhattan, and they don't know a damn thing about the neighborhood. So that's of concern, because if you want to get the best case management, you have New York City residents who love our city, work for the city, and are able to help people to the best. So I'm concerned about that. I guess my time is up. The only other question I have quickly is, what are you going to do if people do end up on the street? In other words, you're hoping that your 60% goes elsewhere, et cetera. What exactly is Plan B if more people are on the street? What would you do? Would you call? I mean, the neighbors are going to call. So then you're going to have an encampment. You're going to have more 311 calls, more 911 calls. What's that Plan B?
So again, I think that the whole implementation of this strategy is specifically to avoid that from happening.
I agree.
And I think that this is the best option of terrible options we have to try and keep that from happening. As we have had to do continuously through this crisis, the team will do whatever it takes, as we have been doing day in and day out, 24 hours.
Let me give you a suggestion for Plan B. Plan B would be whether it's Be Heard equivalent or PD, but some kind of joint group to be able to address that kind of situation. That would be my suggestion. PD alone, I deal with them every day, constantly. Dr. Long knows that, because the most complaints are coming out of my district. So, and the cops have absolutely no idea what to do. So I suggest that you have Plan B just in case, because you're going to have people on the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now hear from Councilmember Williams, followed by Councilmember Nurse.
And I'm sorry, but I have to take off. But thank you for having me here today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Okay, Councilmember Nurse.
I just have 2 questions. Thank you all. I had a question. Your statistic about 65% of folks are ready to go. Can you share a little bit more about the criteria that you all are using across your different agencies that, like, you all agree, confirms, like, yes, this person is ready to go? Like, what does that mean specifically?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we have our case managers having direct conversations with people, we ask, are you ready to make an exit plan? That would be something that would be executed within that 60-day period of time. And that's where the statistic is derived from. So those number of people are telling our case manager, yes, I'm ready to make an exit plan. We're going to write it out. But as part of that plan, there's certain things that need to happen. Some of them we can actually solve that day. So we've had 50 people that within a day or two have been able to actually immediately exit our system because they needed something that we could solve for them more quickly. Others that constitute the rest of the 65% need something that we haven't been able to meet yet, like the point that was brought up, like IDNYC, or like figuring out how reconnection would work through reticketing somewhere else in the country if they haven't talked to family members in some time, things like that. But it's them telling us that they're ready to make that exit plan that we would work with them on for that 60-day period of time.
Okay, so the that criteria you're saying, yes, I'm ready. When at the point of when someone says, yes, I'm ready to make an exit plan, that is at the intake space, or that is when they've been given a bed? Just trying to feel between when they say yeah and the 60 days is up, where is that?
Yeah, totally. So just to be really clear about the denominator there, the 65% number comes through among the asylum seekers that of the 913 that we've given notices to, that we've been able to sit down and have a one-on-one conversation with. That's the denominator. So
the
they're the ones
notices,
telling us.
when they receive the notices, that's
Correct.
when they articulate, I'm ready to make my exit plan, and then you have the 60 days to work on that plan.
Exactly right.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify
thank
what
you.
that meant. And then my second question is, for folks that we anticipate needing to most likely go back to the intake percent, not 65%, the 35 or whatever that number is. So they come back, what does it look like at that intake center? You already have their information, you already have their stuff. You know, what does that mean? Do they go to the back of the line from people who arrived that day? Can you just illustrate that a little bit more?
Yeah, so at the arrival center, there's sort of two big functions. One function is for anybody coming into New York City. We want to take everything we've learned over the last year to give you the services that you need up front to be able to get you to help you to complete your journey quickly. So that's more relevant to people coming into New York City now. The second function is if after we give you those services, you don't have anywhere else to go, we would place you in one of our sites. That will be relevant for people coming back to the arrival center from on day 61 at one of our sites. So for them, their experience with respect to placement will be the same as somebody new coming into New York City today, but the critical point is that effectiveness of the arrival center in placing somebody is only as good as the placement options that we have. So that's why we're working extremely hard to open Creedmoor next week, Randall's Island the following week after that for 2,000 more people. That's the work we need to continue to do, but if I can use this as an opportunity, we're working extremely hard doing that work today, but to continue it tomorrow, we must have continued support from the state, which is supporting us opening those two sites and the federal government.
We're all in agreement on that.
Thank you.
So and I'm done after this, just to clarify, there's two kind of lines. One is day one, and now we've got people who are theoretically will come to the end of the 60 days. These are the percentage of folks that didn't meet their exit plan, or we didn't meet their needs, or whatever's going on. Now they come back into this other kind of line. What does that mean when they show up that day? Based on what you have, you're working hard, we've acknowledged that. You're working hard to get a bunch of stuff up and running, but say you don't have something, they're in this other line. Are they like after the people are supported who have been just arrived that day? Like, where are they in that kind of grouping of people who are now at the arrival center?
Wait, sorry, and if I'll try not to use the word line because I'm going to work very hard.
I'm making that up because I'm trying to understand. So
yeah, we're going to work very hard to avoid any lines. But there's only going to be one, to use that terminology, line for placement. So whether it's somebody coming into New York City today that we want to vaccinate before we talk to you about placement, or somebody that is coming from one of our sites, coming back to the arrival center, you don't need to be vaccinated again because you've already been vaccinated. There's only one. There will only be one.
So they just to
ordering
be
for
quick,
placement.
they come back to wherever they are. They come if they're person 400 that arrives that day,
Correct.
that's where they are.
Exactly right.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to understand that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, chairs, and good afternoon to you all. First, I just want to, again, echo the thanks that has been shared here. This is an extraordinarily difficult situation, and I do believe that even if there are missteps and mistakes, that the history books will ultimately look kindly upon all of the work and the efforts that have been happening here by the administration. So I have two sets of questions. The first is really about the asylum seekers who have been in our care for longer, those that you mentioned got the notices first. Can you tell us if there are any unifying characteristics about these seekers? Maybe they speak a certain language and they have more difficulty accessing services. Just any trends that we should be aware of. And then the second set of questions really meant to understand the profiles in general of the folks who we are working with. When this council asked many of these questions last year, at one of the first hearings, you all mentioned mentioned that you didn't have this data available, but repeating them again here, do we have a breakdown of where asylum seekers who are still in New York City care, who are in New York City care, what are their countries of origin, what languages do they speak, what is the breakdown? Actually, no, the last one is how are folks arriving? We've seen reports that the buses have slowed down. So are we seeing that folks are arriving more by air, et cetera? And I'll stop there.
Great, so I wrote down 3 questions for you. I just want to make sure I'm giving you precise answers. The first was unifying characteristics so far among those that we've given notices to. The second is countries of origin, languages, and do we have data on that? And the third is how are people currently arriving? So I'll go in that order. So I would say from my point of view, the main unifying characteristic among those that we've given notices to and had a discussion with is that they all need help. They all need something specific, and they're able to tell us what that thing is. That's my hope is that with having these conversations so far and identifying, among, again, 65%, they're ready to make an exit plan. If we can give them help with that thing that they need help with, it gives us a clear job and call to action for the next 60 days. So that's going to be our focus. But I would say that's certainly the number one unifying characteristic is that everybody has something that they're asking for in order to be able to leave. Second, for countries of origin, languages, we can certainly send you that data. An important point is that since we opened the Arrival Center, one of the reasons for doing it and advantages of having it is it lets us ask the same unified set of questions for everybody. So I could tell you, because everybody comes through that same door of the Roosevelt Hotel, I know we ask everybody what country they're coming from. Everybody, have you completed the 589 form, the 765? If so, when? So we have all of that data, and we can get back to you about cutting it if you want it by month or however you like it. And then finally, how arriving is important too. Just to be clear, I know as Councilmember Nurse is saying, that I'm preaching hopefully this to the choir. But as we've seen the numbers of asylum seekers at the border go down, we've seen our numbers in New York City take the opposite direction and go up. That's what's made it so hard for us to be able to keep up with finding options where we would place people. So we know how people are arriving. We actually ask questions about, are you arriving by plane, train, automobile? Were you in another city first? When did you cross the border? General highlights is some people are coming directly to New York City from buses from Texas, and we've seen those numbers increase. There's a 24-hour period this week where we had 5 buses come in. That's more than we've been seeing in the recent weeks. But overall, we're seeing people that have spent a little bit of time in other cities making their way to New York City as well. So we're going to see where that trend goes if it changes. But the key point is that even though at the border numbers have been going down, in New York City numbers have certainly not gone in that direction.
Just a clarification on everybody needs something specific. What do you mean by that? Do you have examples?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the things that people are telling us that if we could solve this thing for them, they'd be ready to execute the exit plan that we created with them. Here are some examples. IDNYC. Some people are telling us they need that as a precursor to getting other things like driver's licenses. Another example is English classes. People are saying if they could learn English, that would be the barrier they would need to surmount in order to get the job that they want. OSHA training is something that people are telling us as well. And then the final thing, and I think Council Members Hanif and Ayala were bringing this up, is that while reticketing has been an option that's always been present at all of our sites, as you all know from visiting our sites, we are hearing that people didn't fully understand that's still as much of an option today as it was 6 months ago. So as we're telling people that how exactly we can help them and that reticketing is still an option and will help them to call friends and family members, a lot of people are expressing interest in that as their exit plan. That's why it's good to have the conversations.
Thank you.
Can I just add, Moya has a more of a bird's eye view of the situation. The agencies are collecting specific data, but I can say that still most of the asylum seekers are arriving without pre-existing connections to the city, family members, friends, except for those who they know that are now in the shelter system or in our HERCs, which continues to be the challenge. Most traditional immigrants arrive with some form of existing relationship here in the city that allows them to settle in. this wave of asylum seekers do not, which makes it very challenging, which is why we've contracted with community-based organizations to set up community-level navigation centers so that people can start building those relationships at the community level and hopefully be able to integrate into the existing resources there.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ressler?
Thank you so much, Chairs Ayala and Hanif. I do have to say, it's less than 2 hours into this hearing. This issue, the mayor has told us, is the single most important thing facing the people of the city of New York. And NYSEM is gone. They heard from 4 council members, and DHS didn't even show up. It's really disappointing. And I appreciate you guys being here, and I appreciate the work you're all doing, but if this was a real priority of the administration, I would have thought they'd be here to engage with the council and take this seriously. That being said, just a yes or no question, and I don't even know who to ask because we don't have anyone here left, sorry, but I'll let you all decide. Does this administration believe that you can deny a new placement to an individual who has been in your care on day 61? Yes or no?
Sorry, Councilmember, just to, so denying, meaning that the continuation of their existing placement in the centers, is that?
After 60 days, you're saying you're kicking people out, I think is what you've said the policy is. So on day 61, are you denying a new placement to that individual?
We're not denying a new placement within the system. What we've explained is that the individual is, if an exit plan cannot concretely be put in place, they're then asked to visit the arrival center to start that process.
So if somebody does not have housing on day 61, is the city continued to provide a right to shelter and guarantee housing? Yes or no?
For the crisis that we're in, we're trying to manage both incoming people who need help plus the people who are in our care. So we're working in advance to make sure that by day 61, they have an exit plan. If they do not have an exit plan, we ask for them to revisit the arrival center so we can engage with services at that point.
And if they do not have housing, will housing be provided? If they do not have shelter, will shelter be provided?
It will be based on our ability to provide at that point. But again, we are not denying anyone.
But based on your ability to provide is not a question. That is to deny a right to shelter. Is to say it is, right? I mean, it's to say if we can. I will say this. I think your answer was clear, inadequate as it was. I appreciate your service to the city, and you are somebody who I admire enormously. I don't think you're setting this policy, but it is a problematic policy. And I don't think it's set by HPD is what I mean to say. The mayor sent out these flyers, at the border saying, don't come to New York, basically. And having gone with Councilmember Hanif to visit the Roosevelt Hotel, I felt like he was putting out images of human suffering to tell people the same. And it was incredibly disappointing to see. On the day Dr. Long, and Commissioner Castro, when Councilmember Hanif and I were there with you, I think it was August 1st, I believe, we visited, there were close to 200 people out there. Many of them had told us they had been out there consistently overnight for 7 days. Some 4 days, some 5 days. The longest we heard was 7 days. People sleeping on the street in just abysmal conditions. As one city official said to me that day, it was the most disappointing day of their life. Yet the DHS shelter that day, the single adult shelter census that day, does anyone know what it was? It was 17,015, which was down 1,500 from just 6 weeks before. So we have experienced a decline of 1,500 people in our single adult shelter system over that 6-week period. And yet, none of those individuals were brought into shelters. They weren't brought into respite centers or sites. The next day, you all informed me that you were utilizing the McCarran Rec Center, you'd be utilizing the McCarran Rec Center for temporary housing, and I've done my best to try to galvanize a welcoming response. I visited the site. We're trying to be helpful. We've got a clothing drive. We met with OEM on site or NISM on site and parks and are trying to make it work in a suboptimal site that I think we could all agree. But how long had the McCarran site been considered by this administration? Can anyone speak to that? No, nobody's left. So yeah, but we appreciate you being here again, but wish that the other agencies had cared enough to show up. So, and stay here and engage. What I can tell you is I heard from friends within the administration nearly a month prior that they were considering this. This is not something that came out of thin air and that they decided the Thursday before and decided to move people in when there were hundreds of people sleeping on the street for a week. They'd been looking at it for a month, and they didn't do anything, which again underscores this notion that human suffering was used as a political pawn. And I agree very much that the state and the federal government need to step up, but what we saw on the streets of the Roosevelt Hotel was a disgrace for every single person who works for the city of New York, that we couldn't do better. So I know I've gone over and I'm now just yelling at people who aren't in the room, but thank you for being with us. I only wish that your counterparts had demonstrated the same respect.
And I just want to reiterate that while I can't speak to the McCarran Park example, and we do thank you for your support, and as a city, we put that up. This team and many others who are not represented here who are working right now, scrubbing, searching sites, taking inquiries, looking for opportunities so that we can grow our capacity as people come in. As we evaluate sites, we are looking, prioritizing, looking for the best opportunity to grow the greatest capacity, and they fall into a list of priorities. So while we may have looked at a particular site earlier in the process, we may have been working on something that could yield more capacity for us at that point. And as we move through and we look at other sites, we bring those on who that at earlier point didn't have that larger capacity for us. So at this point, we had to activate that location. And again, thank you and other local leaders who are supporting that growth. But we're constantly in the process, us here, many others, individual agencies looking for sites that we can grow.
And can I add one thing too? And I want to say I appreciate your support in all of this. I know that you want to do the right thing for all the asylum seekers, just like I hope you know that we do too. That night where you saw the line, which was very hard for any of us to see, we were able to find an option that evening, which had not been apparent to us before that we were able to move with lightning speed on to actually get everybody safely placed in that option, which was a church that raised their hand to help that night immediately. Since then, we've been working incredibly hard, moving people between hotel ballrooms every night to try to find the right number of cots for the right population of people. We're not going to stop our incredibly committed and hard work, but as you know, we never want to see a line like that again. I do just want to take the opportunity to say, as I know we've all been saying, that we do need help at this point in order to keep up to ensure that we don't have a line like that ever form again. And the only way that I can think of to ensure that we don't is if we have the support, the continued support from New York State. New York State is supporting us for Creedmoor, for Randalls, and the support of the federal government to identify new options for us and to give us the resources we need to continue the model that I stand behind. I believe that we've made a life-changing difference for tens of thousands of asylum seekers. They deserve that. We want to continue that, but we do need help to continue.
Can I just respond for 2 seconds, and then I'll shut up, I promise. Thank you, Chair Ayala. Dr. Long, you are one of the public officials who I deeply admire, and I know how much you care. You do a terrific job. Deputy Commissioner Tagani, you know, I have great respect for you. Commissioner Castro, your constituent, so I love you just by nature of you know. Betsy, you know, one of the people in this administration whose values I admire most. I'm not criticizing you as individuals. I am criticizing this administration's handling of the issue. To me, after a week of people sleeping on the street, the reason people moved was because it was within hours of legal aid sending a letter to the judge saying, you've got a problem. And that's when action happened. I am deeply concerned about what happened last week, and I'm deeply concerned about what's happening moving forward. We've put out some suggestions and policy ideas for how we can expand move-outs from our shelter system, to expand capacity in the shelter system to house people who are in need. We have not seen those issues taken seriously. The 2,600 plus vacant supportive housing units, the 4,000 plus vacant NYCHA units. These are opportunities for us to house vulnerable New Yorkers and then expand capacity in our shelter system for people who are coming in. It's not a silver bullet or a panacea, but it would help in a meaningful way, and I wish that it was prioritized appropriately. Thank you.
I'd just say that last week we announced a complete 22% rebound in the number of starts, almost 27,000 starts of housing for this administration after.
Yeah, but when will those starts be completed, Deputy Commissioner? I mean, I'm getting in trouble.
Councilmember?
But I love you. We can talk more.
Yes.
I hope you have a good day.
You can call him, yeah.
Just want to say something before, just to follow up on what Dr. Long said. I want to take the opportunity to thank Pastor Gilman Rose and Moya Assistant Commissioner Salgado, who helped tremendously in connecting us to the churches and the communities of faith and supporting us that night. We were there that day. As you know, it was long and arduous, and we really want to avoid the kind of circus that was created there. We want to respect the privacy of asylum seekers. So again, we're doing our best with what we're faced against.
Thank you. I have 3 questions, and then I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Hanif, who has a couple of other follow-up questions, and then we will go to public testimony. The letters that are being, this is pretty, I'm sure this is a simple question, but I have to ask. The letters that are given out, are they given out in an individual's native language?
I can start. So they are, yes. So at the intake, as part of an exhaustive list of questions to make sure that we're responding to them, we also get their preferred language. At the point of contact where the team is talking to the individual, they are asking them and talking to them in their preferred language. They are also giving them a letter. It is both verbal and written communication at that point. And we have a service that is making sure that it is capturing both the language and finding the access to that language. We have dozens of, it goes above and beyond the standard language access list of languages.
And you've given out 913. How many more letters do you anticipate you'll be giving out?
So we have, for the HPD side, so we have 533 at the.
And the 45.
And then the 45.
And for health and hospitals?
So we've given out 913 so far, and we would anticipate giving out the notices to any adult at any of our remaining sites. And I can get you those numbers if you give me just a moment. Okay. Okay. So at our sites, we have the individuals constituting adult families is 1,733, and for single adults, it is 2,001.
2001?
Yes.
Okay. So you anticipate giving letters to all 2001?
Yes.
All right, and so is that in addition to that's not in addition, the 913 is part of the 2001? Okay,
Yes.
So you have a little over 1,000 letters still to give out.
Among single adults, yeah.
Okay. Now, could you explain to me what the difference between a housing, what the difference is between housing for families and singles? Because my impression is that if, single families have to be housed in a very specific type of housing structure. And so if we're moving singles out of a building or a location that was identified as maybe just suitable for singles, how are we going to be moving? Like, what type of modifications are we making to make it appropriate for families, if any?
So right now, as Dr. Long spoke, the numbers that we're seeing, we'll continue to see new single adults come in. We still need to have that capacity. So for us, we are primarily using hotels for our families, and then adult singles as congregate settings for adult singles.
So 2 points. One, just to be crystal clear, and I apologize, I should have been more clear about this earlier, but you're bringing up the point now. These notices are completely exclude families with children. So no families with children are part of the 60-day policy.
No, I know that, but I'm saying that the rationale for the 60-day rule is to make room for families with children. But the singles
Yeah.
are being housed in settings that would normally not be appropriate for families with children. So, I'm trying to understand, how are we gonna adapt those spaces to meet that need?
Yeah, well, I think we can get back to specifics, but I'll give you the precise example of 99 Washington is one of my humanitarian centers. It is I believe it's actually, I think, the tallest Holiday Inn maybe on the planet. But that is a hotel with individual rooms that would be suitable for families with children. But right now we have adult families and single adult women in that hotel. So as we transition, that's an example of we'd want to, if we are have no other rooms available, give one of those rooms to a family with children as a priority.
And I'm sorry for misunderstanding the question again. So the 45 that I mentioned earlier in our hotels, since those hotels would be appropriate for families, would then be available for families, and as capacity, we would move single adults as they come into our system into our capacity designed for single adults.
Yep.
And you might not have this information now, but it would be really nice to get an account of how many sites we have that are able to house families that would benefit from this policy. Because it almost sounds a little bit like we may be warehousing beds in the event that we have families and children that are coming in and we need to, offer them a bed.
Well, I wouldn't say warehousing, because our experience so far has been we use the beds.
No, but it kind of sounds like, well, we're going to get rid of the singles because we may, right, have this need and we want to have that bed available, so.
Actually, I'll give you a specific example, and I'll may intentionally say this at a high level because I'll let our DHS colleagues follow up offline with more detail about number of sites in process. But many of the hotels that DHS has had that have housed single adult men, we've transitioned those men to other sites and used those same hotels with, of course, private hotel rooms appropriate for families with children, for families with children. So this is a model that we've been using to continue to support families with children, and it's been the way we've been able to always offer families with children an option, and that none of them have ever had to sleep on the street. So we'd be taking what's already working well and applying that across our humanitarian centers as well.
Okay, I had another question, I forgot what it was.
Yeah.
Hold on. Does this policy apply to DHS as well?
It does not currently apply to DHS.
And does DHS not house asylum singles?
DHS does house, DHS houses every population of people, but my example from a minute ago has been DHS's approaches thus far, which is the DHS hotels where for example, single adult men have been in rooms, like 2 per room. Those with appropriate notification have been transitioned to other settings like congregate settings, so then we could use those hotels with those rooms for families with children.
Okay, I will turn it over to Councilmember Hanif. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So as we've hit the maybe 2-hour plus mark of this hearing, I just have many more questions, and it just speaks to the opaqueness of this policy, which I am still trying to really wrap my head around, but it feels really hard to justify as both legally and morally the thing to do in our city right now. And each of the agencies having a little bit of differences around how the notice is written, and I'm reading a notice in front of me. I would like for each of the agencies to share with the council the sort of template your agency is working with before it gets personalized, so that we have it for our record and can read it. And I know Commissioner Iskall had mentioned that there isn't an explicit mention that we're asking folks to vacate, but when I read this, it does feel that I am receiving a notice that is asking me to leave on this day. And that is anxiety inducing. It feels threatening. It feels really hard to have left one's home to come to a place to receive mercy and a temporary shelter, and then being asked again to move out and get displaced further. And so I don't want to keep getting at the values that this council today has really prioritized, or what we've heard from the public advocate, but this policy needs to be undone. It needs to be undone. We can't put in measures that are pilot experiments to see what could happen. And as Councilmember Brewer alluded earlier, we will definitely experience the kind of street homelessness, even if we're not calling it homelessness, of the 200 plus men who were on the sidewalk for up to 7 days with no arrangements given as we spoke to them. I wasn't even aware of the food distribution. This is the first time I'm learning, because I had met those passing by. Some were from mutual aid groups, but there were people who were just in the area working and had seen this, and it didn't have the heart to just walk by and do nothing, and had come back with snacks and water and other beverages, and toiletries and blankets. So I have a lot of questions and confusion about what I've heard you all say versus what I saw and heard on the ground. But one, would love to get the notices from each of the agencies. And then I want to reiterate again that this council would like the specifics around obtaining the IDNYC, because right now the application requires an address, and are folks who are being reticketed or asked to vacate, because in the language here, it says that as of, and there's a line to designate what date, you can no longer stay at this location. So I am curious how the IDNYC card would be obtained given the precarity and the changes of one's address. Could Commissioner Castro, you speak to that, or others, about just the IDNYC piece? And I know Councilmember Brewer and I have legislation to make it easier to obtain an IDNYC card, but what's the mailing address they could use if the task at hand is to get them out of this facility?
And you're speaking about the respite centers, correct?
Or where the folks are receiving the notices, and that's the HERCs, correct? The HERC, right now it's just the HERCs.
Right now it is the HERCs, but as Commissioner Iskel said, the respite sites have started to do notifications as well. I believe he said 17 so far.
So but who's managing the IDNYC portion of it? Is it each of the agencies, or is that the Office of Asylum Seekers, which, they're not present here, and would have been great for them to join too. And I wish Commissioner Iskel stayed, because this is a very important critical issue, and directive like this that don't come with a booklet to the council or even a briefing, which we didn't receive, really brings to attention the kind of opaqueness that we've charged the administration with. We deserve to know what's going on, and for the issues that we're hearing, both in our districts and citywide, around the services like IDNYC. It would be great for you all to just elucidate how are we actually contending and giving out services when we are asking folks to leave?
Well, as you know, the IDNYC is overseen by the Department of Social Services, and I know that each situation here is different when it comes to mailing and receiving and collecting mail. So we'll have to get back to you on that, especially from the respite centers who've had, I think, the most challenges. But know that I'm working intensely to figure out IDNYC.
Commissioner, could you repeat what you said about the respite center part?
So I know that there's been challenges with respect to mail, at the respite centers because of the nature of the respite centers, and so Commissioner Isco will get back to you on that, the aspect of that. But with respect to IDNYC, it was a program created before the crisis, and we understand that we need to adjust to be able to accommodate now close to 100 or over 100,000 people who are in need of this ID.
And the only thing I'll add is that the focus on the ID did not start now. It started before. At the Jefferson, we actually have a significant portion of the population has come through that successfully was able to get the ID. So not speaking to the address question, I just wanted to emphasize that for us, we're working through the vendor. The vendor is aware, familiar with the work. They work closely with Moya through this partnership, and we've had success getting people at the Jefferson the ID.
And if I could just add one point, it is that I think you bring up a really important point, which is how are we going to connect people to resources and the services that they need during the 60-day period. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that is case management, and that is critically important to this effort. For me, again, as a primary care doctor, I want to help my patients get what they want, and when we're asking people now, they're telling us, our asylum seekers are telling us what they want, and we're able to have the opportunity now to actually meet their needs. But I think I wanted to say we'll best meet their needs if we can work together on this. IDNYC is one thing, it's a very important thing, but it's one thing. There are several other services and resources that we talked about, like our ability to reticket people, like OSHA training, like English classes. The more that we can do together, and I just really wanted to say this out loud, I think the more successful we'll be in helping our asylum seekers to take the next step forward in their journeys, which is what they want to, but I don't think they can do it without all of our collective help. I think they deserve that.
I agree with that. And then building on Councilmember Ressler's line of questioning and the revelation that there were 1,500 beds or some capacity in the DHS shelter system, what prevented transfer of the men who were there at the Roosevelt sidewalk to go into the vacant beds?
So I'll say, and I'm good, the upshot of this is I do think we should pose that question to DHS. I don't want to speak on their behalf. What I will say is that every day we have a meeting at 9:30 in the morning that DHS is always a part of, my team and I are always a part of, and we make every effort to work together throughout the day, literally every minute of the day, to place people as DHS availability comes up. That's not limited only to adults, but also for families with children. DHS has opened several hotels recently for asylum seekers. That's been really a make or break help in terms of our ability to always offer children and families a place to stay for the night moving forward. So we're in constant communication with DHS, but I do think we should defer to them to answer the specific question about their day-to-day capacity and what that capacity reference might mean.
Okay, I'm disappointed by, one, I knew that there was this interagency, and I know there's an interagency effort and a sort of recurring call and being engaged day to day, but these hearings have not always had all of the agencies that are on these 9:30 calls present. And so I would just extend that to the agencies not present to be able to at least, with their colleagues in the administration, just give us a note of some kind, because this is a shocking number of vacancy. When people were on the street for up to 7 days, there's no reason beyond just the optics of Mayor Adams just wanting to send the signal and the message that New York City is at capacity. We don't want you here. And that is a horrifying message as a city rooted from the quote on the Statue of Liberty that this is your city, this is where you will receive mercy. And all the work we've done that you all have proactively participated in, the detainer laws and the various protections that comes with this city is the foundation of why this city has to lead. And so I hope DHS is able to respond to this question. And then finally, before I go into my colleague, Councilmember Caban's questions, what conditions would need to be met by the administration to repeal the 60-day rule? For how long are we monitoring let's say, the efficacy of this directive? It's a day by, you all look like it's a day by day.
I don't think there is a set day. I think right now we are at the beginning of implementation. We are still learning just on the implementation side. So that is something we'll continue to do and continue to monitor at this point.
And I just would add one thing. I think your question is getting at, with the policy as it's implemented, how we evaluate its effectiveness. And there was a question earlier about how we would define success. I just wanted to put forth that for me, I think a very important aspect of success will be how can we get people, how can we know that we're getting people what they want. When we're making exit plans with people, we'll see if at the end of the period that 65% actually is able to activate the exit plans and actually leave. I think that will be an important thing to follow up on. I don't know what's going to happen with that yet, but I do know I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that they have every opportunity to take the next step forward, giving them what they want. But I think that would be an important thing for us to collectively look at the end of the first 60-day period.
And I would just add that we're still at the height of the humanitarian crisis. I mean, we announced 200 beds earlier last week. Last week we received 2,900 asylum seekers. And so we're very much still trying to figure out what to do day to day. And so as Dr. Long said, you know, really a lot the availability of the spaces where we can shelter people will really determine how we respond moving forward. And of course, the support from the federal and state governments.
I have no doubt that each of you individually are going to be doing everything, as I've seen you do and have talked to you, to ensure that folks are housed and have the services. But for there to not be any parameters or conditions already kind of sketched out is disappointing. There should be a contingency plan, as was mentioned, or kind of like the evaluation, is it happening, you know, when that first notice of September 22nd, or whenever that first set of people will be asked to vacate, exactly what we're expecting or how we're making sure those very folks who will need to come back to the Roosevelt Intake Center and be online to re-register with the system, what we're expecting as success or the shortcomings, or how we're gonna really move forward, and how you all will involve the council in that conversation.
Well, that's, first of all, thank you. It's always helpful and continues to be helpful how the council has wanted to work with us, especially in 455 Jefferson. Councilmember Gutierrez has been incredibly helpful connecting us to the local neighborhood, and there are many other examples. So for us, throughout the process, we are very carefully managing and monitoring how success looks every day. Every point of contact, every movement forward in trying to get to an exit plan. And as we move forward, I think part of the process is going to be not waiting until day 60, but for us, we want to know what success is going to be at day 15, 30, 45. And we're breaking it up even more granularly. So we will certainly be pulling in and asking for council member support ideas throughout the process.
Thank you.
Hi. Happy to be here. Thanks for all of your questions and the opportunity to really respond. I think, you know, just big picture, I think as an administration, we're really, you know, a year and a half into this crisis, really needing to take a step back and think about long-term, what does this look like? It's not abating anytime soon. We're being forced to use, you know, public facilities that we'd really rather not use. Those are, you know, McCarran Park, Rec Center, Sunset Park, those are places, you know, schools, gyms, like none of us want to use those spaces. Those are community spaces that are are meant for a different purpose. So I think as, we are being forced to look at those as options for siting, that's when we are like, we have to try something different and make some really difficult choices. I know you all know every time we set up an emergency site, it's remarkably expensive. It takes resources away from us being able to do what Public Advocate talked about, really channeling those resources into permanent housing for folks who have been in shelter for a really long time. So I think we're at a place within this crisis where we have to make some really challenging decisions, like the kind of Sophie's Choice type decisions.
Sure.
And we would love to have your partnership as we're really confronting those super challenging decisions and think about what that looks like, kind of collaboration.
We would love
moving
that, and I
forward.
think the council has repeatedly extended that partnership. But as you know, this oversight hearing was catalyzed by us not even having received a briefing on the issue. And all of these questions that we're asking are coming from a real place of wanting to understand how, without consultation from the council, the mayor feels that he can take this authoritarian move and determine that, we are going to now create this limit and a pretty big barrier to how long someone can stay in a housing facility. Can you commit to not extending this policy to families with children and to DHS shelters? Have those conversations happened around exceptions? I mean, right now, after what we've learned today, I do not support the 60-day directive and feel, I came in wanting to understand a little bit more about it without having taken a position. But now, after what we've heard, there's nothing in me that can really say, yeah, I really understand and support this. I don't. But to see that rash decisions are getting made by the mayor, can a commitment be made that this policy not be extended to families with children in particular?
So I don't think we would be prepared to answer a question like that. Again, to get to this point, as the chief engagement officer spoke to, it's been a year and a half of a lot of work, a lot of learning, a lot of data to decide. And when decisions are made are based on what we can and cannot do to meet this humanitarian crisis. I think we understand, we hear your questions, and collectively we'll make sure we take that back to our colleagues.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple questions from Councilmember Caban, who is here but online, but since we don't have quorum, she won't be able to get to ask her questions. So what special provisions have been made to safely shelter LGBTQIA+ immigrants? Shelters are segregated by the gender binary. Are TGN-CNBI individuals allowed to go to the shelter that is appropriate for them?
Are people able to go to the shelters that they want to based on how they identify?
Yes. And how does that happen? Is it at the intake center that there are some demographic questions and then a determination based on interest, or?
Yes.
And then are all shelter staff trained not to assume all applicants are cisgender and straight?
I'm sorry, you're using the word shelter, so I just want to be clear.
We're talking about asylum seekers in the system.
Yeah, so I could speak for my staff, and then I'll turn to my colleagues to speak for theirs. So at the arrival center, the way that we've crafted the question, or the questions around how somebody identifies, so that we can, you said it perfectly yourself, find out how somebody identifies and the type of setting they want to go into. We train our staff in how to have those discussions and what the options for people would be. So the answer to that is, in terms of our frontline staff that are having the discussions, of course, they're trained on how to have those discussions and what the options they should present to the person, the asylum seeker, would be.
I believe we're following the same protocol and policies, but I'm happy to circle back and get any more detail that the council member needs.
Thank you. And is there anywhere in the application process for all individuals to list their pronouns?
So at the arrival center, well, what I can tell you definitively is we ask for how somebody identifies, and then we use that discussion to ask them if they want to be, and we give them the different options in terms of a setting which might have only single adult women, only single adult men, single adult women, and adult families. And that's a discussion we have with them because we don't want to assume that they would that their desires would be one way or another before asking them directly. With respect to their pronouns, I will have to double check to see if we're recording people's preferred pronouns, and we can get back to you about that.
Okay. So do folks have a card, or just not an ID NYC, but a card that they come in and out of? Does that card have pronouns on it?
I don't believe I think we'll come back with that information.
And then are LGBTQIA plus individuals encouraged to self-identify, and then this information is used to make appropriate placements?
Just for HPD, so once that information is made aware to us, that's escalated immediately, and we immediately make accommodations at intake when we have that information. If that information comes later, the staff there will again escalate and work to accommodate.
Yes, and just to be very clear, we have a question that's part of our unified data set, which is exactly what you were saying. So I would consider that encouragement for them to identify because we're asking them directly.
Okay. And then are the individuals entering the shelter system, the asylum system housing, for housing, specifically for asylum seekers, connected with asylum application or other appropriate assistance which helps to get work permits and social security cards issues? And the context that the council member provides here is that none of the advocates that her office has been partnering with at Seeking Asylum Finding Empowerment, or SAFE, namely the network of pro se legal providers, seem to have had any contact with or meaningful information from the administration regarding quickly and efficiently addressing the massive need. Would the administration work with and fund grassroots providers working in this area?
I'll turn to Commissioner Castro to answer the legal question in a moment. I just wanted to quickly, I'm trying to give you as precise answers as I can. So with respect to the pronouns on the ID badges, the answer is no. We do not list pronouns. What we have is your picture and a QR code that we require you to scan in and out when you're coming in or out of any of our humanitarian centers, so we know exactly who's in the building, but no pronouns.
No pronouns.
It's the same ID for it's the same format for HPD, so no pronouns.
Okay, and could accommodations be made to add the pronoun as part of this card?
If that would be important, we definitely welcome the discussion.
To answer the question on connecting people to legal services, we have a website set up that will circulate where people can find information about how to access our legal services. Just to say a little bit about our legal sprint, our asylum application help center, it's been very successful. We've been able to help 1,700 people in a very short time. I think that is a model to follow. Again, we're also working to build community capacity, so we have been working with our community-based navigation centers to refer to the Asylum Application Center, but we've also announced the $5 million investment to expand capacity amongst our community providers. And I'm happy to announce that we are partnering with CUNY Citizenship Now, CUNY Law School, to be able to connect law students and the CUNY system to our community service organizations to expand legal services in those communities. Again, we have 100,000 asylum seekers that need to submit their application within their 1-year deadline, and unfortunately, the federal government does not have a plan to support people in applying and accessing asylum and work authorization.
Right.
So we're going to have to do it ourselves.
No, appreciate your efforts and the new initiatives to bring in Community Citizenship Now and all of the other community partners and really scaling that up. And I just want to again underscore how critical it is as this directive reaches its first cohort of people who will need to vacate, that all of these individuals have at least started their application and have filed for asylum is really, really important for us to follow. And then finally, I know we talked a little bit about the IDNYC card, and I know that there's a backlog and capacity issues. What is being done right now, particularly with the time being so limited, to reduce the turnaround time for obtaining a card? Will there be additional ID NYC centers or events set up to help folks get their card expedited?
I would just say that I know that DSS and our IDNYC teams are working tremendously hard around the clock to help as many people as possible. And as you know, our navigation center had walk-in IDNYC assistance, so any of the asylum seekers in our system were able to walk in and access IDNYC. I believe they've moved over to the arrival center, but again, 100,000 people in need of an ID is a big challenge.
And could be an incredible opportunity for New York City to show what the municipal card can look like when we have the masses signing up for this, and that's critically important.
We agree.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. I have one question, and Councilmember Brewer has a follow-up, and then we will let you go. But yesterday there was a press conference, and I missed it. I was really busy. But I did hear something that caught my attention and really bothered me. And I just want to read it. And again, this is, on the Daily News. I wasn't there, but basically it says, due to the ballooning price tag, Adams said that his administration is in the process of scaling back services being offered to migrants in the city's care. Perks, the word perks, like free meals, laundry, and hygiene products are likely to be on the chopping block. What the hell does that mean?
Well, I'll start and I'll turn to my colleagues. So it is true that in OMB's most recent analysis, we project a $12 billion expense within the next 3 years. So as such, we're going through the exercise right now. How we could be more efficient. I'll give you an example. For example, we've had an array of medical services at all of our HERC sites. Is there an opportunity to have vaccinations at the arrival center and really push that forward, and that's where we do vaccinations? Maybe we do them at other sites on an as-needed basis. We also have virtual versions of the emergency room, and when we enroll people in health insurance, which we've now enrolled 14,000 people in health insurance, that actually draws down state and federal funds, so we actually make money from the perspective of the city when we enroll people in health insurance. So things like that we're in active discussions about now, but it is because of the fact that New York City has continued to bear the vast majority of the burden in terms of cities, and the current projection is $12 billion of expense.
Understood, but to imply that food is a perk is not only inhumane, it's so disrespectful. And I don't respect that type of rhetoric. Everything that you just said makes sense to me. If you are saying to me, we don't have the resources, we may have to scale back on staff, I get that. If you say to me, we may not be able to mop 5 days a week, maybe we have to mop 2, I get that. We may have to renegotiate with building owners and hotels and reduce the rates. Completely understand that. But food is not a perk, it is a necessity. And to say that it is, even if it's just to get the attention of Washington, is an appropriate use of language. And I just wanted to say that on record because I found it highly offensive. And I don't understand. I get we're all really frustrated, and I get that we're all really concerned. But when we as government are so stressed out about a situation that we start to use language like that, and that we start to, create little innuendos that don't really help the situation. I think we have a responsibility to do better and be better. I just wanted to say that because, again, it really bothered me. My family was, food insecure growing up. We grew up on food stamps. That my family's also been homeless, and it's not just my family. Like I can tell you, in my own community, in the building I grew up in, I still have, families there that have never moved, who suffered from the same issues, right? And so I just, I take these things really personally because I want to understand, right? I'm very practical, but there are things that we should be doing and things that we should absolutely not even be discussing. And so to say that, shame on the mayor of the city of New York for using that language. With that, I will pass it over to Councilmember Brewer. And
thank you very much. I assume that we have this, but I just wanted to double check. Can we get the list of the sites that are under the 60-day rule to the committee so we know which sites they are? That would be number one. And then the second issue is, I mentioned the Wellington on 55th and 7th, completely empty. I mentioned it earlier, but why are we doing, for instance, Randall's Island or some of these other locations when we do have empty hotels? And then the other question is the hospital, State Hospital Psychiatric on Ward's Island, not full. So I just, while we're understand Randall's Island, I only have, 50 coaches who have called me, maybe just 40 or 50 coaches, every single soccer player in Manhattan. And so I just want to be sure that as we're, tearing up those 4 fields, we're trying to find other fields. We need to get some lights on certain locations. I have a long list, which I will be putting in writing. But, you put in one group against another group. And I find that offensive. I just want to put that on the record also. I think in terms of collaboration, I know that there's often a call out for other sites, but that needs to be intensified so we don't put one group against another. Thank you.
Couple just quick responses. So locations we're happy to share. We break down our locations by population, so we're happy to share that. And then I just wanted to acknowledge what you said about the coaches that have called you. We don't want to be displacing any children's athletic leagues or anything like that. As the father of a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, I very much understand the importance of organized activities. The reason for Randall's and Creedmoor, for that matter, is hotels. We are doing our very best, but it's very hard to find hotels to support families with children. So when we do find it, we're going to look into the hotel that you offered. But our first priority would be families with children in that hotel to make sure that we can continue. And again, New York City, it's worthy of note, as Commissioner Castro said, no families with children have slept on the street in New York City. Few other cities can boast that, which is unacceptable. But in New York City, we of course will continue to make that our reality. And so with Randall's and Creedmoor, we need those sites to ensure or to best protect against having a line of adults in the future. Which we wouldn't put families with children in Randall's, but we would put adults there that would otherwise risk being potentially forming a line in the future.
Get back to me about the psychiatric hospital, please.
Yes.
And if I may, I'm just going to talk a little bit about our upstate program, because we've also been, as I'm sure you've seen in the news, we've been sending folks upstate to hotels, and that's a combination of singles and families with children. And they're folks that raise their hand and say, I want to go upstate. We're able to, and I think this is one of the things that we'd really like to supercharge. I mean, at this point, we only have approximately 1,800 people upstate across 6 counties. What we're able to do in those counties, though, and I'll kind of call out Erie County in particular, is work closely with community-based organizations to provide the social services. So, Councilwoman Brewer, to your point about having folks from the neighborhood essentially help provide the casework and the navigation services, that's what we're doing in Buffalo.
I know every single person in Erie County.
Oh, every single, well, then I'm sure I'm talking to all your friends.
And I know more than others.
So anyway, so I think, and I will say that as we're working with folks upstate and with local electeds, and I'm sure, you've seen in the news, not in every county it's not going as well as it's going in Erie. Not every county is as welcoming, and that's been a challenge too, but it is something that we see kind of in the future. I just want to see, I want to make sure that you guys know that we're not, these are not just kind of one-off decisions, that there are, we understand that all of this stuff works kind of in tandem. And so as we're giving 30 and 60-day notices, really trying to expand our reach upstate and making sure that we're providing safe, healthy places for folks to stay, but also to be integrated into communities is another kind of tactic that we're using. So just again, I think stuff starts coming out as a one-off, but this is very much kind of a coordinated effort.
I have just a few more questions and then promise we'll wrap up. Are there any particularly vulnerable populations, such as people with disabilities, LGBTQ folks, or young adults who are exempted from the 60-day directive?
I can start. For people with disabilities, the process right now works such that we, as part of our unified data set or unified questions we ask people, at the arrival center, we seek to there identify if somebody has a disability. So right off the bat, we're having somebody with a disability go to an appropriate site to meet their needs. So if we, for example, one of our humanitarian centers have a person with disability that receives a 60-day notice, we're going to work with them in a concerted way to ensure that their needs up till day 60, but beyond day 60 as well, are met. In some situations, that could mean that that person, it's best for them to stay at that site because their needs are effectively being met for their identified disability. For others, it might mean that their needs could be met or might be better met at a different site. So we're going to have those conversations and make decisions with them based on what their needs are at this point in the crisis.
Got it. So then at this moment in time, there isn't exemptions.
Not exemptions, but people with an identified disability, we're going to ensure that we're meeting their needs. So the process is going to look different for them than it would for people that do not have an identified disability.
Okay. And then can the administration share the list of the city's needs from the state that a judge ordered the city to submit?
I think we'll have to defer to law on that.
Okay. And then I have a recommendation. There used to be briefings that were happening regularly, and I understand the nature of having all of the electeds and all of the agency reps as being sort of an unwieldy situation. But if we could divide it up into boroughs or really smaller cohorts, because it is just absolutely imperative in terms of the continued uptick of welcoming asylum seekers, the new directives, the various policies that may come about as a result of this directive. It is just imperative for the council to not only use our chambers and have you under under oath to share what's going on and learn what's happening, but really be prepared in advance of these hearings. We don't want to have to call oversight hearings for every single policy that gets introduced. We'd like to have these conversations in tandem and really want to extend that partnership here today.
We'll pass that back to our IGA team. Good communication would solve 90% of the world's problems, and I enjoyed those meetings as well.
Thank you. That's all for me.
I don't have, there's no one else to ask any more questions, so thank you so much for coming today, and I hope that if you can, if possible, if you have any staff that can, stay, we have a panel of asylum seekers that will be testifying as well, and I think it would be nice to show some support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to take a very quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We are getting ready to begin momentarily. Once again, please find your seats. We are getting ready to resume. Thank you.
All right, we're back.
We are now be hearing testimony from the public. Our first panel will be an in-person panel consisting of Will Watts, Deborah Lee, and Maria Flores. Maria needs interpreter.
You may begin.
Is this on? Great, great. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Chairperson Hanif, and other members of the Council for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Will Watts, and I am the Deputy Executive Director for Advocacy at the Coalition for the Homeless. For over 40 years, the Coalition has advocated for and defended New York's right to shelter, serving as the court-appointed monitor of the shelter system and operating over 11 direct service programs for unhoused individuals and families regardless of their immigration status. While we appreciate the challenges this influx has created for all New Yorkers, the Coalition opposes any policy that seeks to curtail the right to shelter, which this policy does by imposing an arbitrary 60-day limit without any guarantee of ongoing placement. Already, notice recipients have contacted us because they are confused and do not appreciate that even if they return to the arrival center within the 60 days, or when their 60 days ends, that they may not receive a new placement. Now, we are glad to hear that there's been more case management, but there is still confusion. Such confusion and the message of receiving a notice could result in individuals resorting to sleeping unsheltered and being further displaced from the services they need. Now, I recently relocated here from Los Angeles, and I know what mass unsheltered homelessness looks like, and that is not the path that we should be going down. In addition, we at the Coalition and Legal Aid are mindful, as has been acknowledged, that many migrants have endured unimaginable hardships before arriving here in New York. Creating uncertainty about ongoing placement just compounds the trauma they've already experienced. Similarly, from what we have heard just recently, arrivals who have disabilities are not exempt from this policy. So it would be both unconscionable and illegal to require them to return to their arrival center without any guarantee of a new placement that satisfies their accessibility needs. Further, this policy raises a host of other legal concerns about treating single adult migrants housed in non-DSS operated shelters differently from other shelter residents. But even practically speaking, this policy just makes no sense. If the city was unable to handle the volume at the arrival center several weeks ago, will adding individuals for reprocessing mean just more individuals sleeping on the sidewalk outside of the Roosevelt Hotel? Yeah, it's true. We need the governor and the federal government to develop and implement a comprehensive plan to address this situation. But for now, the mayor should be prioritizing placements into permanent housing for existing shelter residents, not limiting shelter stays to 60 days for certain new arrivals. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Lee, and I'm the attorney in charge of the Immigration Law Unit at the Legal Aid Society. We're jointly testifying here today with the Coalition for the Homeless. We thank City Council for holding this hearing. I am using my time to highlight short and long-term opportunities for the city to help recent arrivals obtain work permits. While the city focuses on funding pro se legal help to apply for asylum, and many advocate, rightly so, for asylum-based work permits to be issued more quickly, the city could assist in a more comprehensive way by taking actions such as, 1, prioritizing immigration legal services, including at the city's Asylum Application Help Center, based upon date of entry to the U.S. One must file within 1 year of entry, and many asylum seekers will lose their opportunity to timely apply if this is not done. 2, screening for humanitarian parole status, which provides an immediate pathway to work authorization concurrent to the length of parole. 3, collaborating with workers' rights advocates to screen for labor abuse and trafficking for those who are already working. This would provide another pathway for work authorization. 4, funding immigration legal representation for those on expedited, dedicated dockets in immigration court proceedings. For asylum applicants, most will not receive their work permit in enough time to benefit from them before their final hearing in immigration court. Full legal representation is the best chance that they have to be granted asylum and become self-sufficient. 5, advocating more with the federal government for the redesignation of TPS for Venezuela so that those who entered after the current cutoff date of March 8th, 2021 could also be eligible for accompanying work authorization. Advocating also for TPS equity for Black migrants is also critical here, especially for the single adults in shelter. Finally, incorporating immigration legal information and education as part of the intensive case management that was discussed earlier today for those receiving these 60-day notices is also very critical. Legal aid is committed to all in the shelter system and to fighting to advance immigrants' rights. We thank the committees for their dedication to these issues. Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es María Flores.
My name is Maria Flores.
Soy de Honduras.
I'm from Honduras.
Tengo 36
I'm
años.
36 years old.
Quiero aclarar que lo que voy a hablar no está... Quiero aclarar que lo que voy a hablar no está relacionado con el tema de los 60 días.
I want to clarify that what I'll talk is not related to the 60-day rule.
Yo vivo en un shelter en Brooklyn.
I live in a shelter in Brooklyn.
Y pues vine de mi país con muchos sueños, con muchos propósitos, con metas.
I came from my country with a lot of dreams, purposes, goals.
Yo entré a Estados Unidos el 3 de agosto
I came into the U.S. on August 3rd
del 2022.
of 2022.
En una redada con México, de México con Estados Unidos.
During a raid between Mexico and the U.S.,
Tristemente nos tuvimos que separar.
sadly, we had to separate.
Yo venía con mis 4 niños.
I was coming with my 4 children.
Pero cuando en la redada mis niños quedaron en territorio americano y nosotros quedamos en territorio mexicano.
During the raid, my 4 children ended in American soil and we ended in Mexican territory.
Pero gracias a Dios, la abogada de los niños
But thank God the children's lawyer
me hizo como reunificación familiar para reunirnos con los niños.
did a family reunification in order to get together with the children
Y de
again.
esa forma, gracias a Dios, que me dieron la oportunidad de entrar a este país.
And in that way, I had the opportunity to come into the country.
Venía muy alegre
I was very happy when I came in
porque me iba a ver otra vez con mis niños
because I was going to see my children again.
y yo pienso que todas las personas que estamos aquí
I think that all the people, all of us who are here,
venimos con un propósito
we come here with a purpose
y con darle mejores oportunidades a nuestros hijos.
and in order to give our children better opportunities.
Pienso que nadie se mueve de su país
I think that nobody leaves their country
porque quiere,
because they want to,
sino que por la situación en la que se vive.
but because of the situation we live there.
Mis niños estaban con una sobrina mía
My children were with a niece of mine,
y el mismo día que llegué, mi sobrina me dijo que tenía que irme de su casa porque no nos podía acoger a mis 4 niños y a mí.
and the day that I arrived, my niece asked me to leave, that she couldn't house me and my 4 children.
Entonces me llevó a una ONG
She took me to an ONG,
que se le llama La Hispanidad.
which is called La Hispanidad.
Ella me dijo que ahí me podían mandar para el PAT.
And she told me that from there they could send me to the PAT.
El PAT me pagó un día de hotel
The PAT paid 1 day of hotel
porque estamos en situación de calle,
because we're in the streets,
mis 4 niños y yo.
my 4 children and I.
Estoy muy agradecida con Nueva York
I'm very grateful with New York
por haberme dado un lugar donde vivir.
for having given me a place to live.
El PAT me mandó para Rosa Parks,
PAT sent me to Rosa Parks,
que es un shelter donde ahora vivo.
which is the shelter where I now live.
También vine embarazada
Also, I came here pregnant,
y ahora tengo 5 niños.
so now I have 5 children.
Lamentablemente, en el shelter
Very sadly, in the shelter,
donde vivimos ahora,
in the shelter where we currently live,
hemos tenido discriminación.
we've suffered discrimination.
Siempre me han estado frustrando
They always frustrate me
con el asunto de vivienda.
with a housing issue.
En el shelter me quieren transferir para un hotel.
At the shelter, they want to transfer me to a hotel,
No sé la razón,
and I don't know the reason why.
no me lo explican.
No one has explained it to me.
El servicio que ellos dan no es nada agradable
The
a
service-
todos los migrantes.
The service they provide to all migrants is not nice.
Cuando yo estaba embarazada, que iba a dar a luz ya,
When I was pregnant and I was about to give birth,
mi trabajadora de caso me dijo que cuando yo tuviera mi bebé,
the caseworker told me that once I had my baby,
íbamos a estar en mejores condiciones,
we would be in better conditions
porque me dieron un apartamento de un cuarto
because they gave me an apartment, 1-bedroom apartment.
y al final no fue así.
But in the end, it didn't happen.
Yo tenía 15 días de haber nacido mi bebé
My baby had been born 15 days prior,
y me llegó un transfer activo que tenía que ser desalojada para un hotel.
and I got a active transfer that I had to be evicted to a hotel.
Yo, la verdad, caí en depresión,
Honestly, I fell into a depression.
me sentía confundida.
I felt confused.
Tengo mis 2 niños, uno con 11 años y la niña de 10 años.
I have 2 children, one 10, one 11 years old.
Ellos emocionalmente estaban mal
And emotionally, they were not doing well
por lo que estaba atravesando.
because of what I was going through.
El bebé mama biberón
And the baby takes the bottle.
y tengo los 3 niños pequeños
And I have the little ones, the 3 little ones.
que a todos les hago comida y siempre me pregunté, ¿cómo vamos a hacer En un hotel es bien difícil, no hay cocina.
So I cook for the little ones, and I've always asked, how am I going to handle this? There's no kitchen in the hotel.
Para una madre, lo que más desea es que sus hijos estén bien
So what a mother most wants is for her children to be
y que
well,
puedan tener algo que comer en el día,
and
¿verdad?
that they have something to eat during the day, right?
Entonces, el manager del shelter me dijo que a él no le interesaba si yo me iba para el hotel o para la calle,
So
pero que yo tenía que irme.
The shelter's manager told me he didn't care if I went to the hotel or to the street, but that I had to leave.
Entonces, para mí eso es frustrante.
So for me, that's frustrating.
Venir de mi país y saber de que prácticamente voy a estar en la misma situación en la que vivía.
It's frustrating for me to come from my country and know that I will be living in practically the same situation I was in.
Pienso que no es justo
I think it's not fair
que traten los migrantes así,
that migrants get treated in that way,
porque todos somos seres humanos
because we are all human beings
y valemos lo mismo.
and we have the same value.
No me fui.
I didn't leave.
Ha sido muy duro enfrentar este reto para mí.
So it's been very challenging to face this challenge.
No es
Very hard to face
fácil.
this challenge.
No es fácil
It's not easy.
porque en el momento que me dicen que tengo que irme para un hotel sin cocina, todos mis niños empiezan a llorar.
Because in the moment that they tell me that I have to leave to a hotel without a kitchen, all my children start crying.
Y ellos me dicen, mamá, si nos tiran a la calle, mejor vámonos para Honduras.
And my children tell me, Mom, if they throw us to the street, let's just go back to Honduras.
Y eso duele.
And that hurts.
Por eso yo me gustaría que me escucharan y que le ayudaran a otras personas que viven la misma situación que yo vivo.
That is why I asked to be heard, me and the same people, the people who are living the same situation as us.
Conozco un caso de una vecina
I know a case of a neighbor
que yo quiero que ustedes, que son autoridades, me aclaren si está correcta de la forma en que la sacaron a ella del shelter.
So there's this neighbor, and I wish that you as authorities can clarify if the way she was taken out of the shelter was even okay.
Hoy le llegó un papel, préstame,
She received a paper today
donde le decían que ella tenía que irse mañana
the paper states that she had to leave, that she has to leave tomorrow
para un hotel.
to a hotel.
Le llegó un papel como este
So this notice, she received the notice.
y ahí decía que tenía que irse mañana. Ella dijo que no podía porque tenía su bebé pequeño.
And it states that she has to leave tomorrow, and she said she couldn't because she has a very young baby.
Llegó el momento
And the moment arrived, though,
y ella dijo que no se iba y que no se iba. Se puso en el mismo plan mío.
and so she started saying she wouldn't leave, she wouldn't leave. She was doing this similar to me.
Al no decir que ella dijo que no, entonces llegó la policía.
So for her saying no, the police arrived.
Estaba la manager, la policía
The manager was there as well as the police
y la muchacha.
and the lady.
Y la amenazaron
And
de que si ella no se iba, la iban a esposar.
They threatened her that if she didn't leave, she would be handcuffed
En que le iban a quitar su bebé.
and that they would take away her child.
Y yo pienso que no es justo
And I think
esta medida que están tomando. Porque toda madre va a defender sus hijos a como dé lugar.
And I think it's not fair, this measure that they're implementing, because any mother will defend her children in any way she can.
Porque todas las personas que somos madres sabemos que lo que más amamos en la vida somos nuestros hijos.
All of us who are mothers know that our children are the people that we most love in our lives.
Y pienso que no es la forma correcta en la que están sacando a todas las personas de los shelters.
And I believe it's not the right way in which they're removing everyone from the shelter.
Y que nos traten de esta forma.
And to be treated in this way.
Porque en los shelters existe mucho racismo.
Because the shelter is full of racism.
Ellos, las personas que trabajan en los shelters, lo tratan a uno como ellos quieren.
The people who work at the shelters treat us as they want.
No nos respetan.
They don't respect us.
No les importa si esos niños emocionalmente están sufriendo.
They don't care if the children are suffering emotionally.
Hay miles de personas, de migrantes que estamos sufriendo esta situación y queremos ser escuchados por ustedes que son autoridades.
And so thousands of us migrants are suffering like this, and we just want to be heard by you who are the authorities.
Y yo estoy en ese shelter aún porque yo no podía salir al hotel con los 5 niños.
I'm still at the shelter because I could not leave to the hotel with the 5 children.
Y trato de ser fuerte y le pido sabiduría a Dios para poder manejar este caso.
I try to be strong. I ask God for wisdom in order to be able to manage this.
Algo que no es fácil.
Something that's not easy.
Pero trato de ser fuerte por mis hijos.
But I try to be strong for my children.
Porque sí le doy gracias a Dios y a Estados Unidos que siento que estoy en un país donde mis niños pueden absorber todas las oportunidades que se les enfrenten.
Because I am grateful to the U.S. and I'm grateful to God because I feel that my children will be able to absorb all the opportunities
Y
in front
quisiera
of
que
them.
nos ayudaran con este caso porque
So I would love
pasamos
if you
una
can help us
situación
with this case.
da depresión.
If you can help us, because what we're living gives us depression.
¿Cómo es posible que tal vez una familia ya esté bien ubicada, haya costado en este país tratar de captar todo como se vive aquí y luego que de la noche a la mañana le digan que usted se tiene que mover para un lado?
So
Es
how can
volver a
it be-
empezar.
How can it be that a family who's been here and is already, captured and located themselves trying to adapt here, all of a sudden tells them you have to leave? It's like having to start all over again.
Más con niños es
With
súper
children
más
on top of it,
difícil.
that makes it even
No
harder.
es fácil.
It's not easy. So
Gracias por escucharme.
thank you for listening to me.
¿Usted todavía está en el cuarto de dormitorio, en un cuarto de dormitorio?
Sí.
Con los 5 niños.
Sí, y permítame. No sé si hay preferencias en los shelters. Eso me tiene a mí como con duda.
I don't know, and I'm a little doubtful about the fact maybe there's
Con duda.
preferences.
Porque
in the shelters.
yo soy madre y padre para mis 5 niños.
Because for my 5 children, I'm their mother and father.
Y la vecina de a la par tuvo un bebé y ahí automáticamente la pasaron para otro piso.
And the neighbor who's next to me had 1 baby, and automatically she was moved to another floor.
Y yo que tengo 5 niños, a mí no me quieren pasar para ningún piso. Lo que ellos quieren es sacarme.
And me, who has 5 children, they don't want to move me to another floor. What they want is to remove me.
No es justo que a uno nos traten bien, que a otros los traten mal.
It's not fair that some get treated well, some don't get treated well.
Yo pienso que eso es puro racismo.
I feel it's racism, basically.
Entonces,
¿Ustedes sabrían dónde presentaron una queja formal en el shelter o cómo contactar a un abogado que pueda ayudarlos? ¿Esa información está disponible para ustedes?
perdón.
En el shelter, ¿ustedes sabrían cuando les sucede situaciones como las que ha describido? ¿Ustedes sabrían cómo presentar una queja formal en el shelter o cómo comunicarse con un abogado que pueda abogar por ustedes?
La verdad que no.
No, not really.
So the question I'm asking is, as a resident of that shelter, is she aware of, the process for filing a grievance? Has absolutely no information on either. Okay. Soltera, y también en algún tiempo estuve en una situación que tuve que vivir en un shelter y entiendo lo difícil que es eso. Es una experiencia bien
difícil.
Bien difícil.
No es fácil.
Y no debe de ser más difícil simplemente porque la persona que esté viviendo ahí, ¿verdad? Venga de Venezuela o venga de donde sea. La concejal Shanif es la concejal que representa el shelter donde vive usted. So, nosotros nos vamos a encargar de coger su información para poder abogar por usted directamente, y si nos puede presentar la información sobre su amiga, podemos también averiguar a ver qué fue lo que sucedió y hablar con la persona que se encarga de ese edificio sobre la conducta del personal hacia los inquilinos que viven ahí.
Yo fui al PATS como 3 veces.
I went to the pads like 3 times
Porque sentí que ya no podía más con la situación.
because I felt I couldn't bear the situation any longer.
Porque mentalmente me está afectando, solo paso deprimida.
It's
Quiero
affecting me
ser,
mentally. I'm always
quiero
depressed.
ser la mejor mamá para mis niños, pero esta situación no me deja.
I want to be the best mother to my children, but this situation is not letting me.
Y pues créame que me duele la forma en que ahorita están sacando las personas de los
So
shelters.
believe me that it hurts me the way in that they're removing the people from the shelters now.
Pienso que no es la mejor.
I don't think it's the best way.
Más que todo por el respeto a los niños.
And especially in terms of respect for the children.
Sí, no puedo entender, especialmente cuando son niños que van a la escuela y que hay que hacer cambios. Eso también
Sí,
es una interrupción a la vida de esos niños que no tiene justificación. Pero quiero darle las gracias por haberle venido a testificar, porque esa experiencia, no solamente la experiencia suya, pero también probablemente la experiencia de muchos de sus colegas, de las personas que usted ha conocido en este proceso, y que a lo mejor no se atrevan, ¿verdad? No tengan la ayuda, la asesoría para poder venir aquí y expresar lo que está sucediendo y cuál es la experiencia que están pasando en este momento. Nosotros nos vamos a encargar del caso suyo separadamente, pero quería darle las gracias por venir. I wanted to say thank you for coming here. I was expressing that Councilmember Hanif is actually the council member that represents this specific shelter, and that we will take her information to ensure that we can advocate for her, and if she has the information for the other tenant that was removed, that we can do the same for her, and just thanking her for coming to testify, because her experience is not just hers, it's also the experience of many migrants, and so who may not have the support that they need to come here today and really put a face to this crisis. So wanted to thank her, because I can understand that this is not easy. Y aquí también tenemos una abogada y tenemos, entonces eso debe de coger también la información de ellos, porque ellos le pueden ayudar, no solamente a usted, pero cuando llegue otra vez a su vivienda, quiero que le den, vamos a trabajar para que tengan información en el lobby que diga, estas son las organizaciones y la gente que puede llamar, para que siempre se sientan como que tienen esas alternativas.
Sí.
Muchísimas gracias. La muchacha, ¿esto va a certificar también? No, están juntas para apoyo.
Gracias a ustedes.
Estamos sacándole información del papelito, los nombres,
Sí.
pero se lo vamos a devolver aquí ahora.
Gracias a ustedes por el
Gracias.
espacio y por escucharme. Que Dios les bendiga.
Igualmente, y felicitaciones por el bebé.
God bless you.
Gracias.
And we're
You can
giving
connect.
our-
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
And Councilmember Hanif just wants to say.
Thank you, Maria, for testifying and coming to the council's chambers to candidly, courageously, and honestly share what your experience has been like. And from the duration of this hearing, what I was trying to really demonstrate is the opaqueness and the lack of transparency around directives like the 60-day rule, which is beginning to get implemented, but we are already seeing displacement of families. And so right now, what you've just shared brings to question why asylum seeker families are being directed to the path And that was one of the questions we raised today. If, for when the 60-day removal is being enforced, if those folks would have to go to the Roosevelt Intake Center or the PATH Intake Center. And so there was some confusion there, though the administration told us that they would not be required to go to the PATH, they would be told to go to the Roosevelt Intake Center. And so right now, with what you've shared, there's some confusion for me to just get a better understanding, and I definitely want you to be in touch with our Constituent Services Director, and I see the Gowanus Mutual Aid folks here as well. And as the council member who has received, who's direct communication with our friends at the Gowanus Mutual Aid, many times I directly go to the commissioner, Molly Park, to understand the specific case-by-case conditions. And even then, there are tremendous amount of delays on receiving responses as to what is going on. And we have a relationship with the provider of that shelter and want to really investigate as to what is going on and ensure the best possible outcome for you and your 5 children. But thank you so much for joining us today, and really, this is not just being heard by us, but it's going out to the New York City public. And so we want you to know that you are heard, and you can continue to come before us to share how you are living in New York City. Thank you.
Sí. Gracias.
Thank you.
Our next panel will be a virtual panel. Once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and you may begin your testimony once the sergeant at arms sets the clock and gives you the cue. All testimony will be limited to 3 minutes. Remember that there's a few second delay when you're unmuted before we can hear you. The next panel will consist of Dara Bibb, followed by Bennett Reinhardt, then Diane and Obador, and then Sergio Uzirin.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay. Thank you, Chairpersons Hannah and Ayala, and the members of the Committee on Immigration and on General Welfare for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dara Bibb, and I'm the Director of, I'm the Director of Hotel Housing Operations for Housing Works, responsible for overseeing the hotels we operate to provide emergency and transitional housing for New Yorkers experiencing homelessness, including criminal justice impacted individuals and asylum-seeking families. Housing Works is a healing community founded in 1990 with a mission to end the dual crisis of homelessness and AIDS. And we continually provide a range of integrated medical, behavioral health, housing, and support services for over 15,000 low-income New Yorkers annually, with a focus on the most marginalized and underserved. We are relieved that the asylum-seeking families we serve are not impacted by Mayor Adams' proposed 60-day shelter limit for adult migrants. As you know, our New York State Constitution reflected in over 40 years of court orders, and local law requires that our city and state provide shelter and services to all single adults in need. Housing Works is confident that the Adams administration deeply troubling attempts to modify the right to shelter legal protections will fail. But we are saddened that these efforts to undo or undermine the fundamental right to shelter to seek pit new New Yorkers against other residents experiencing homelessness. I am proud to have spent my career involved in New York City's homeless response, managing since 2003 in homeless services as a case manager, a shelter director, and now a managing director of hotel services operated by Housing Works. Our hotel for asylum-seeking family currently houses 340 individuals, including 164 children. I can tell you that each household we serve are eager to work, to contribute to the life of New York City while bettering their lives. They have the same hopes and dreams as every group of immigrants that have come to our city and have made it in this rich and diverse place that we love. Indeed, the asylum seekers I've met have a deep culture of working and are eager to gain employment. It is also true, however, that every group of new immigrants that are dealing with legal, language, and cultural challenges. Works believes that as a city, we have not only a legal and moral obligation to provide safe shelter for new arrivals, but also the means to address our homeless crisis. In conclusion, Housing Works calls on the council and the administration to be bold when it comes to addressing New York City's unprecedented crisis of homelessness that drives poor individuals and public health outcomes among New York City's most vulnerable residents. We welcome the council's oversight of the city's homeless response and call for an increased emphasis on peer and community health workers, a focus on cultural competency and service delivery, and implementation and rigorous evaluation of new approaches to the crisis of homelessness that drives poor individual and public health outcomes among New York City's most marginalized residents. Thank you for your time and having me speak and testify today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bennett Reinhardt, and I serve as Advocacy Coordinator and Neighborhood Organizer at the Open Hearts Initiative. We're a grassroots organization of neighbors advocating for housing justice in their own backyards, and we have chapters across the city. For the last year and a half, we've been working to welcome our newest neighbors who have the same rights and many of the same needs as longtime New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. The shift in the city's response to our new neighbors over the last several weeks has indeed been troubling by failing to provide immediate shelter for up to almost 200 neighbors for several days at the Roosevelt Hotel in late July and early August. We saw the largest violation of the city's right to shelter mandate in recent memory. While the city claims that seeking to make changes to the right to shelter, this is, we believe, violation to the right to shelter. But that is only until perhaps the expiration of adult asylum seekers' 60-day notice periods, when we could see hundreds or thousands more people sleeping on the streets. These notices are harmful measures that could displace our newest neighbors from their community ties, which they've been working hard to establish and which community organizations have built, while moving them no closer to housing instability and possibly exposing them to tactics like sweeps that have long been executed against our homeless neighbors. Intensified case management cannot manifest reduced immigration court backlogs, work authorization, or access to rental subsidies. And without these, people have just as much trouble after 60 days getting into alternative housing as they currently do. While we join calls to the state and federal governments to provide additional financial and logistical support to the city cannot, at this moment, stop meeting people's basic needs. There is much it can do to increase shelter capacity, such as immediately implementing expansions to the city FEPS vouchers that this council passed last month, increasing capacity at city agencies for processing and renewing city FEP vouchers, and increasing case management within perks and respite centers without these punitive notices. These notices aren't necessary to provide people increased case management. Welcoming asylum seekers also means standing up for them as neighbors when they come to our own backyards, which is why we condemn the protests that have been led, including by members of this body, including by council members, over the last several weeks when the city has announced temporary shelters in and near their districts. Our hundreds of members have already and will continue to welcome new neighbors in their own backyards, and that's what I hope everyone on the council and everyone in our neighborhoods will do. Thanks again for your attention to my testimony, and please, we urge the council to do everything possible to stop the 60-day notices. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so
Starting
much
time.
for this time today. Representative Ayala, Representative Hanif, thank you so much for opening this space. I'm Diane. I am a lead organizer with BAMSA, the Black and Arab Migrant Solidarity Alliance. On Thursday, June 29th, 2023, about 500 asylum seekers were suddenly placed in the night into 2 shelters without running water, shower facilities, toilets, sinks, and basic necessities at Stockton Respite Center. Migrants were given prison-style cots with no bedding or pillows. Myself, a BAMSA organizer and Black migrant justice advocate and friend of Bushwick City Farms, and lead organizer for the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, Melissa Johnson, were contacted by Bushwick City Farms in Bushwick, Brooklyn, to witness the conditions of the new migrants of African and Arab descent, and what they were enduring at the Stockton Respite Center. While there, we noticed that the migrants were not able to shower, as I said, had no access to legal representation, translation services, appropriate dietary food, and items needed for essential hygiene and transportation around the city. As an organization, we as BAMSA call on city elected officials and the general community at large to come to the aid of the asylum seekers who are stalled at respite centers. We demand a livable shelter, functioning AC, running water on all floors of the shelter, electricity, bathroom and shower access, cooking access, privacy, and safety, and Wi-Fi. We demand for Bushwick City Farms to be financially alleviated of the negligence of the state to care for new community members. Furthermore, we are organized as a collective to address the specificities of anti-Black and anti-Arab prejudices this community has been vulnerable to while navigating their new home here in New York. We demand for city-employed social workers and culturally appropriate nonprofits to be assigned to respite centers like these to assist with migrant integration. We also call for language justice at these spaces, as public services and temporary housing facilities we've noticed have failed to include French and Arabic interpreters and translators. Our brothers come from Mauritania, Senegal, Tunisia, Angola, Morocco, amongst so many other countries in West Africa and Northern Africa. And now we also have met brothers from Sudan, so East Africa. And they're looking to communicate their needs with home folks in Wolof, Fulani, Arabic, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. So far, their needs beyond access to basic hygiene to also include SIM cards, bedding and sheets, internet access, backpacks, slippers, religious mats, legal representation, halal food, and opportunities for employment as they're ready to transition out of these respite centers and be working members toward building our New York into the best city in the world. However, they are stuck in a liminal status as they are unable to even acquire asylum seeking granted New York IDs because they do not have residency access at the respite centers. Our infrastructures to support them within these limits are fraught as community members and mutual aid workers, and should not be in the hands of regular community members anyway, when there are organizations and the government able to assist with these issues. We have followed up with the Public Advocate's Office to no avail on this issue. We advocate for their right to access all of the resources available to asylum seekers, irrespective of where they come from or what language they speak. To be clear, respite centers do not provide the necessary status for asylum seekers to be successful in applying and acquiring New York IDs. We are here today to request the mayor's office to reconsider and actually not do the 60-day notice. Currently, this system is not sustainable. We understand and are thankful for the rapid response of workers on the ground, mutual aid, nonprofit workers as well, that have been attempting to provide a semblance of an infrastructure to process new asylum seekers. However, we are almost 2 months at the Stockton site. That's almost 60 days, and they have not received the same attention as folks that have gone into HERC shelter sites. Their mobility will not be ensured as those that have had that access. They need IDs, they need Medicaid, they need access to public goods just as everyone has, regardless of their working status. That way they'll be able to succeed. So instead, we call on the mayor's office to set a 60-day timeline or challenge for migrant inclusion. We challenge the mayor's office to make sure every asylum seeker has what they need to be able to work and live in New York and even outside of New York. This looks like first making sure they have accessibility to New York ID, medical services, including insurance, and livable shelter, including FEPS access, and of course, opportunities for employment. Thank you.
Yeah, you got problem. Huh? Very problem. Yes. I know. Very problem. Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Can everybody hear me okay? There's bad service out here.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, sir.
Listen, I'm actually at Bushwick City Farms right now. Great. I'm at Bushwick City Farms right now in the pouring rain. I'm actually with a lot of the migrants right now. They're holding up a piece of cardboard to keep us dry in the rain. They're actually hanging out here across from the Herc at Stockton because they are not allowed to cook their own food. They are abused by the staff. There's no place for personal belongings. This is where the mutual aid, this is where they hang out and cook food and get community and access to services all day. And so the Mutual Aid Collective has been doing this work since August without any reimbursement from the city. I want to point out, can y'all hear me okay? Let me know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Good. The commissioners earlier at this hearing lied to you about helping the migrants get IDs. These Hercs, I know Hall Street and JFK for sure, possibly this one at Stockton, do not actually give out a residency, so that the migrants can't use the address of the shelters to get ID. And we actually know at least 2 migrants who have either a son or a brother who is a teenager in custody in other states, who those states won't release custody of their kids to them because they do not have an address at the shelter. And we all know that if the families were reunited, they would be prioritized for placement by New York City. So the city is actually complicit in separating families as much as Trump or Abbott ever have. These men have gotten their 60-day notice. The system is completely messed up. We're about to see a total amount of people lined up at the Roosevelt. We've spoken about the situation before. We need to get PEPS vouchers in the hands of these migrants. We also need to stop having the NYPD confiscate mopeds from migrants, because every time that happens, a migrant that has been saving up rent an apartment has to spend that money on a moped. And I want to call out Gail Brewer specifically because Mr. Germanata had mentioned in the newspaper today or yesterday that they set up sweeps by the NYPD. So right now what we're seeing at these places is warehousing of human beings in police zones, and mutual aid volunteers from the city are actually helping the migrants for free while being criminalized by the NYPD. So we need to be able to walk these migrants, as well as every New Yorker, through the process of signing up for city services, whether it's NYCID or FEPS or food stamps, whatever it takes to get these guys on their feet. Right. And the commissioners are lying about the work that they do. We need to take over the luxury housing stock of this town to house every New Yorker, migrant or not. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you so much for testifying today. This information obviously is really helpful to us and allows us to better not only navigate our, the system and our conversations with the administration, but also gives us a little bit of insight into the experiences of those that are actually going through this. So thank you so much.
Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will consist of Eric Lee, Deborah Bergman,
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Hanif, and members of the committees. My name is Dashi Islansky, and I'm an advocacy associate at Urban Pathways, a nonprofit homeless service and supportive housing provider serving over 2,000 single adults annually. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. The city's shelter system is currently facing a crisis with the influx of asylum seekers stretching it to maximum capacity. Urban Pathways supports calls by the administration and members of the City Council for the federal and state governments to provide more resources to address the situation. With that said, the city must also do everything in its power to alleviate pressure on the shelter system by getting current shelter residents into permanent housing and preventing more New Yorkers from needing to enter shelter in the first place. Last month, the City Council passed an historic bill package that will promote the efficacy of the City FEPS voucher program. These critical changes will make City FEPS more usable to obtain permanent housing for people currently experiencing homelessness and prevent households from losing their housing in the first place, ultimately alleviating pressure on the shelter system. We urge the administration to implement these bills as quickly as possible before the 180-day deadline. The administration's proposal to require single adults to reapply for shelter after 60 days required more clarity, some of which was provided by this hearing, so thank you. We strongly oppose any reapplication process that forces individuals to leave their shelter or HERC while reapplying. Many are denied city shelter when they first apply, which raises concern. Denying shelter and forcing individuals to leave while they apply will not solve any of the challenges that the city currently faces. It will create a cycle of individuals moving between the shelter and the street, causing greater instability. We also have concerns over the prospect of using DSS staff time to process these shelter applications for asylum seekers after the 60 days. With DSS extremely understaffed, it seems that reviewing shelter applications for individuals who are already in the system would not be the best use of staff time. Instead, DHS and HRA should be redeploying and hiring more staff to process City FEPS applications and to make supportive housing placements to move shelter residents into permanent housing as quickly as possible. As the city leans heavily on human service providers to aid in this crisis, it is notable that in the fiscal year 24 city budget, 2.5% cuts were imposed on DSS service provider contracts, including shelters, safe havens, and drop-in centers. While nonprofit providers are struggling to maintain staffing, the $40 million human services workforce investment in the budget equates to an increase of less than 2% for our workforce, which is inadequate. If the city needs nonprofit human service providers to increase services, they must adequately fund them and compensate the workforce fairly. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to working with the City Council to best serve our neighbors experiencing homelessness.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Gonzalez. I am a policy counsel and supervising attorney in the Padilla unit of the criminal defense practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. I thank the City Council Committees on Immigration and General Welfare, Chairs Ayala and Hanif, for the opportunity to testify today. We are also grateful to the Council for your commitment to all immigrant New Yorkers, including for your continued support and funding of the NIFAC program, so thank you. Everyone needs shelter. That's part of the conversation today, and the city's priority must be keeping people off the street and stably housed. We can't have a two-tiered shelter system in New York City, which is what we have right now. At BDS, we are concerned about the impact that this rule is going to have for adult migrants and how this decision is risking pushing a group of very vulnerable people further into the margins of society. Newly arriving immigrant New Yorkers are living in highly policed and surveilled situations. Our clients are reporting that ACS and NYPD are present at the shelters every day. Criminal legal system involvement, as we all know, have devastating consequences for non-citizens, especially for asylum seekers, and can lead to deportation, forcing migrants back to the very places that they are seeking sanctuary from here in New York City. Regardless of the reason for the implementation of this rule, we know that it will lead to additional hurdles and burdens to migrants to overcome, to have to reapply for shelter, both increased street homelessness and increased risk of incidents with law enforcement and ACS. The city should explore common sense solutions to maximize shelter capacity and make meaningful progress on moving people out of shelter and into permanent affordable housing. Freeing up space through successful placements will always be preferable to discharging migrants into the streets. This moment represents an opportunity for the city to safeguard, for New York City to be a safeguard for immigrants, to be a place where we have tools, we're giving migrants tools and the ability to survive, a holistic and community-wide coordinated approach to delivering services, housings, and programs is needed. Addressing these issues needs to include not just affordable housing initiatives, but also full legal representation on immigration cases, language and job training programs, mental health services, and community networks to help newly arrived asylum seekers rebuild their lives and contribute positively to this new community that they're becoming a part of. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Hanif, council members, staff, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Deborah Berkman. I'm the founder and the supervising attorney of the Shelter Advocacy Initiative at NILAG, and I've worked extensively with the recently arrived immigrants and offered this testimony based on my experience. The mayor's policies relating to recent immigrants in shelter are blatantly discriminatory. New York City is a self-proclaimed sanctuary city, but ever since immigrants began to arrive in greater numbers in the spring of 2022, they've been afforded fewer rights and services than non-recent immigrants and arrivals from other states. Despite the fact that shelter in New York City is illegally mandated to be provided to every person, regardless of immigration status, the city has been consistently failing to provide or providing substandard shelter to recent arrivals. New York City has created a new shelter system that recent immigrants are being funneled into that does not comply with the minimum shelter guidelines mandated in New York City, does not offer the protections and services of DHS shelter, and does not provide its residents with assistance transitioning to permanent housing. These so-called shelters are opened in tents, in a cruise terminal, in school gymnasiums, inside an airport, and in other places that can't provide for the basic needs of the residents. These shelters fail to provide residents with adequate food, showers or areas to bathe, access to medical care, or case management. Also, and very troublingly, residents of these non-DHS shelters are not eligible for the housing subsidies that allow people experiencing homelessness to transition into permanent housing, which they may be eligible for if they resided in a DHS shelter, and which is often the primary way for many shelter residents to obtain permanent housing. Initially, New York City took the position that any person can present at intake for DHS shelter at any time if they wanted access to the benefits and services that DHS provides. However, recently, the city has enacted a policy that all recent immigrants and asylum seekers must present for intake at the Arrival Center in the Roosevelt Hotel in Manhattan and are not permitted to present for intake at DHS intake sites. Not only are recent immigrants not permitted to present at DHS intake, the Arrival Center is not able to physically accommodate the number of individuals trying to apply. Thus, recent immigrant shelter applicants had to sleep outside on the sidewalk, which we've spoken about much today, while waiting in line. Now the city is taking the position that recent immigrants can only stay in shelter for 60 days, while all other people who need shelter can stay for an unlimited amount of time. It appears that the city is taking the position that the right to shelter does not extend to newly arrived immigrants. Recently arrived immigrants are not a legally distinct group, and they're not set apart from other migrants or shelter residents due to the immigration status, manner of entry into the United States, or posture of their immigration cases. The Callahan and Boston settlements do not exclude recently arrived immigrants, and the right to shelter extends to all in New York City. There's no basis for this disparate treatment. Any curtailment on the right to shelter for recent immigrants is nothing less than blatant discrimination. All people experiencing homelessness in our city are equally deserving of shelter, and as a sanctuary city, it is our duty to protect immigrants who seek refuge in our city and not turn them out on the street. We thank you for the work you've done.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Eric Lee. I'm Director of Policy and Planning for Homeless Services United. Thank you, Deputy Speaker Ayala, Chair Hanif, members of the committee and council for holding this hearing today and allowing me to testify. The right to shelter must be upheld in New York City. The city must not allow the humanitarian crisis which we witnessed on the sidewalks in front of the Roosevelt Hotel a couple weeks ago to happen ever again. The 60-day time limit for single adults in HERCs and DHS's refusal to allow asylum seekers into DHS shelters without referrals from the HERCs is unjust. And the 60-day time limit will result in unnecessary destabilization and churning of single adults experiencing homelessness, resulting in harm. We know that every forced exit from shelter will be another chance for someone to spiral down and either end up on the streets, hospitalized, or possibly worse. Deputy Speaker Ayala, you raised a very important point, which I'm not sure that the administration answered pretty well in terms of the reasoning behind the 60-day limit. Why are they sending notices to 533 single adult men in a single adult facility at the Jefferson to tell them that they have to leave if there's no plans to actually convert that into some usable space for families. The only thing I could think of is a capacity crunch and possibly not wanting them to come back and hoping to their point that they find somewhere else to go. The city understandably needs additional resources from the state and federal governments to cope with the demand for shelter, but there are several actions that the city as well as the state can take to remedy the crisis and ensure sufficient shelter capacity for everyone who needs it. This includes prioritizing filling vacancies to expand capacity at HRA for access to public benefits, rental assistance, one-shot deals, because this is really the first bottleneck for anyone trying to apply for rental assistance is usually going to an HRA center for any of those issues. They need to expand funding for eviction prevention resources and legal service providers to help tenants avoid eviction and those that are also unable to pay their rent, because every eviction that we fail to prevent represents another household at risk of entering the shelter system. Likewise, we also need the city to act quickly to implement the laws that you all passed and stood strong against the mayor to improve city FEPS. And we need the additional staffing to be able to do that on both the city side as well as the nonprofit side once the expanded eligibility kicks in. We want to advocate for capital investments for state and federal government funding to be able to address the NYCHA repairs backlog. I believe Councilmember Ressler mentioned the 6,000 vacant units that are sitting there that have taken on average over a year to repair. If we can get those online, that can help. We should also continue to improve supportive housing referral placements and processes to get people out of shelter more quickly. There's currently still 2,000 vacant units of supportive housing. Some providers have had some very innovative ways to get people placed more quickly, and we'd love to see more of that from collaboration with DHS and HRA. And finally, we have a couple of recommendations for the city's proposal to the state in response to Justice Edwards' ask of the city there, including we recommend that the state remove the arbitrary shelter cap so that the city receives a proportionate amount of funding from the state to cover the actual cost of adult shelter. That could free up additional funds then for DHS to use for other parts. We recommend that they enhance staffing at DHS asylum sites as well as H&H shelters or HERCs to have the same level of staffing as DHS shelters, given the many points that were just raised by Deborah Berkman. The services that are needed by people in these sites, there should minimally be a equal standard of services across all these shelter systems, including housing specialists, 25-to-1 caseload ratios for case managers, employment specialists, and on. We also asked the city to restore the 2.5% PEG or budget cut across the board to all DHS personnel lines for city contracted nonprofits, because this is undercutting our ability to be able to get more people into housing. We urge the governor to invoke New York Executive Law 29A to shut down as I believe her words were, bigoted policies based on fear and intimidation that localities were passing to try to prevent asylum seekers from being relocated to their communities. And we would like to see a state-coordinated way to help resettle asylum seekers throughout different facilities across the state. They're working in tandem with the city because we know the city can't do it alone, and we want to really get everyone together to be able to show what New York can and should be doing. Thank you for the opportunity.
You guys are so great. Thank you so much for coming here and testifying today. I really applaud all of the work and thank you for the partnership, because obviously, you know, we need it. I have a question regarding the NYPD part of this. So does anyone know why, at what point the NYPD became security?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I will say that one of the questions that we have is sort of like, is the staff not trained on like conflict management, right? I think especially like in the congregate housing sort of setting, like it's evident that sort of things issues and conflicts can arise. What we're hearing from our clients, right? So we provide direct representation to people who are facing ACS cases in family court or are coming into the criminal court system, is that the staff is calling NYPD constantly, to the point where there's just a constant presence of police there. I don't know if it's in the sense of security or just like as an automatic response to manage conflict that comes up in the shelters.
That's helpful. That's really helpful. And I feel like I had another question, but okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. I know that there's a pending lawsuit, so hopefully we'll get some resolution to all of this. But in the meantime, you know, I really appreciate all of the efforts to really help us get to the root cause of this. And when you were mentioning, you know, Governor Hochul, I was like, that sounds kind of like a policy that we've implemented recently. You know, these are tactics, right, that we're using, unfortunately, to discourage folks from coming to New York City. And it's heartbreaking. And if that's what it is, and that's what I think it is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it, I feel like we should just say that out loud, right? And say what it is that we intend to do. But thank you. I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, I agree with the Deputy Speaker. It's very important to have you all really affirm that the 60-day directive is really one of the ways in which this administration is showing its xenophobia and really creating divisiveness between unhoused folks or among refugees who may have arrived a certain number of decades ago versus now. And so we need your continued partnership, and I want to extend that gratitude. And on the police or the security front, that was what I had witnessed at the Roosevelt Hotel when I visited last week, that there were security present from a company called Mulligan, and there were NYPD officers. So we have not received any confirmation as to how much money is being spent towards these security personnel, but it seems like each of the facilities are very well and over-equipped with security detail, both from this outside contract and the police department. And so we will have a future hearing, given, as you've heard today, we don't receive a sort of details or briefings in advance to really understand the cost, by disaggregated cost of this particular issue. And so it is imperative that we know how many millions of dollars are being spent in going to the PD or other security for asylum seekers, and exactly what their work entails outside of being the first call when something arises, and why aren't the existing staff equipped to de-escalate, or what are the issues coming up that require a call to the police department. But thank you so much for your testimonies and your continued partnership with the council and being on the right side of history.
Our next panel will be a virtual panel, and it will consist of Melissa Johnson, followed by Rosa Cohen-Cruz, followed by Ariadna Phillips, then Meryl Ranzer.
Your time will begin.
Thank you to the Committee on General Welfare and the Committee on Immigration, the committees, for holding this public hearing to address the 60-day shelter stay limit for adult migrants. My name is Melissa Johnson, and I'm the New York organizer for the Black Alliance for Just Immigration, BAJI, B-A-J-I. BAJI is a Black national organization headquartered in Brooklyn, New York, with chapters across the U.S. that fights for the rights of Black migrants and African Americans through organizing, legal advocacy, research, policy, and narrative building to improve the conditions of all Black communities by advancing racial justice and migrant rights. Mayor Eric Adams' new 60-day shelter stay limit for adult migrants will undoubtedly cause increased violence and harm to already precarious, newly arrived Black migrant asylum seekers. For the past few months, BAJI has been working on the ground with BAMSA and the Bushwick Community Farms in direct support of hundreds of newly arrived migrants at the Stockton Street Respite Center, located in District 36 in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. Most of the Black asylum seekers there, though multilingual, do not speak English or understand English. The African migrants in particular have little access to legal support or social services because they mainly speak African indigenous languages not spoken by most providers here in the city, such as Wolof or Pular. The Black migrants at the Stockton Center do not have an income or jobs and won't get work permits in 60 days. They can't even get NYC ID cards because the Stockton Respite Center does not allow them to have a residence address. They are already constant victims of harassment and hostile anti-Black and xenophobic treatment by NYPD. Therefore, throwing these vulnerable migrants onto the street via this new rule and will only further abandon them after the 60 days order is initiated, which is cruel and inhumane. It is clear from our conversations with Black asylum seekers at the Stockton Center and from what we have witnessed firsthand from our experiences on the ground that the city needs to focus on improving and strengthening the shelter systems in our communities, rather than eroding and restricting them as ordered by the mayor. There are grave weaknesses in the mayor's existing asylum seeker reception and placement practices and policies that highlight the urgent need to create meaningful and responsive mechanisms to protect Black and migrant New Yorkers from not only the mayor's and administration's abuses, but also the abuses perpetrated by the Office of Emergency Management, OEM, and the NYPD. The mayor's new rule reflects intentional abandonment and anti-Black and xenophobic policymaking with respect to the right to shelter. Black communities in New York have already long been divested of the benefits of the city's social safety net, while investment in police continues to increase. We ask that you do everything in your power to oppose the mayor's new rule and restore some humanity to the city's shelter policies. Thank you for your time.
Chairs Hanif and Ayala and committee members, thank you for holding this hearing today to address this critical issue. My name is Rosa Cohen-Cruz, and I'm the Director of Immigration Policy for the Bronx Defenders. At the outset, I just want to say we absolutely oppose the 60-day rule, which flies in the face of our long-held right to shelter. Moreover, displacing respite center asylum seekers onto the street creates new levels of vulnerability to anti-immigrant and particularly anti-Black and police harassment. And at minimum, the harm of destabilization for a population that has already experienced unspeakable traumas is horribly cruel. We must find long-term stable housing for existing shelter residents, including recent migrants. And in the meantime, we must make sure our shelters are safe, meet people's immediate and fundamental housing needs, and most importantly, do not themselves become funnels into the detention and deportation machine. You heard testimony already about the police and the family policing system being weaponized against recent migrants. As public defenders, we are deeply concerned with the intersections between the shelters, the respite centers, and the risk of being unhoused to exposure to policing. As a reminder, even an arrest can jeopardize someone's asylum claim and land them in ICE detention. Immigration judges routinely deny bond to people in ICE detention based on police reports and arrests, even when cases have been dismissed. Like the other immigration practices embedded in public defender offices across New York City, we have seen recent arrival clients who are staying in shelters have criminal cases following a call from a shelter worker for a variety of perceived grievances, often arising out of the tensions inherent in congregant living. Many people in shelters are afraid to leave their children for fear that the shelter worker will call the cops or ACS will take their kids if they leave a child with a babysitter. People are given quick notices to leave the places that they've been living, and then the police are called when they cannot, even as you heard today, for reasons such as caring for a young baby. Policing, both through the family policing system and the heavy presence by the NYPD around shelters and respite centers, creates real risks of landing in ICE detention, again, even if cases are dismissed. I also want to address one important concern raised by Councilmember Hanif and others, and which has been repeated by other advocates about the need to find stability through the NYCID Act. These respite centers, as you have heard, do not enable asylum seekers to get letters of residence. And so they are not allowed to apply for NYCID cards. They're disqualified for applying for them, for applying for public benefits, and that creates a real barrier to moving forward and finding stability. Lastly, I want to note that the heavy police presence and the lack of access to the respite centers, along with the conditions inside, are looking more and more like de facto detention centers. Respite centers that are privately guarded and guarded by city and state law enforcement that are which bar service providers from entering. Sometimes they're even being told they would be arrested if they're entered, or if they entered, are opaque and are creating conditions that really do look like detention. We can't let this happen. We can't let these respite centers create new mechanisms to detain people. And we need stable
Time has
long-term housing
expired.
solutions separate from the heavy policing forces that people are currently experiencing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariadna Phillips. I'm the founder of South Bronx Mutual Aid, a member of the wider New York City Mutual Aid Collective. Volunteers within the New York City Mutual Aid community have been on the ground for over a year every day, supporting thousands of arriving asylum seekers. Regarding the testimony that's been given today by numerous city agencies, those of us that are in fact on the ground supporting asylum seekers are here to fact check what has been testified to by city agencies. As several advocates have already testified, numerous HERC and respite center operators, such as the contractors at Hall Street, JFK, and Stockton, to name a few, are refusing to give asylum seekers any type of residency documentation. And we know that a residency letter is required in order to get ID-NYC, which is in the gate of many other services, as well as opportunities to work and, of course, move out of these systems. It seems incomprehensible how these operators could be facilitating case management that includes ID-NYC access if they are in fact refusing to give any type of documentation that's a prerequisite for that. This refusal was already mentioned as prolonged family separations because without proof of residency, family members that are in systems like HERCs and respite centers that have been separated cannot be reunited with family being held in immigrant detention facilities. It only further exasperates the type of family situations as well as the instability of those simply wishing to move out, seek an apartment, provide for themselves and their families. A second concern, staffers from DACO and MedRight have been widely documented as being abusive, both by advocates and by the residents of these sites. There are now several reported cases referred to legal services relating to the assault of asylum seekers by DACO and MedRight employees at multiple sites, primarily those that have been housing single men. A number of these contractors have bragged about being prison guards, referring to asylum seekers as animals, using racial epithets, saying to those that are supposed to be residents that they are unworthy of any service, including shelter. So again, it is disingenuous for the agencies to paint these contractors as effectuating any type of case management. You know, these sites have lacked bathroom access, they've lacked shower facilities, in some cases for weeks. So I'm not sure how that constitutes case management. A third issue. We've witnessed families with young children be turned away at the Roosevelt Hotel, including those that were in urgent need of medical care. So families, in fact, have been left on the street in New York City, including those with babies at the steps of the Roosevelt Hotel or upon removal from their existing shelter sites. We've documented these cases to legal aid and other legal representatives as they've been far more frequent than what was admitted to here by city agencies. We've supported the escort of these families as Roosevelt staff turned them away for both shelter and medical assistance. Once this was documented by local city hospital social workers and flagged again to Roosevelt staff, despite sending it back in writing that these families would be allowed in for shelter, once they were released from the hospital, they were again denied entry. So it wasn't until groups like Legal Aid have flagged these repeatedly for over a day that some of these families were finally admitted for entry.
Time has expired.
So it gives appearance again without legal observers or further oversight that right to shelter is being repeatedly violated at the city level, whether for single men, women, couples, or families. Again, as been said, we've seen families being left outside the Roosevelt Hotel for up to 7 days and refused assistance. So we do ask again that City Council please provide oversight and accountability for the number of issues that we are documenting in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Meryl Ranzer. I organize with the Mutual Aid Collective. On the day the first buses arrived at Port Authority, Mutual Aid showed up with fresh cooked meals, clothing, and more. I was handing out food at a table when Mayor Adams came and took one of the Mutual Aid meals off of the table and gave it to a migrant child for a photo op. This set the tone for how the Adams administration has handled this crisis. It's about optics and giving contracts to companies that donated to both the Adams and Trump campaigns. Those of us who have been on the ground who are not affiliated with any nonprofit or corporation have witnessed a level of humanity that doesn't justify our title as sanctuary city. The patchwork of makeshift shelters known as HERCs and respite centers have proven to be horrible places to house human beings. In some cases, no showers and very few bathrooms for hundreds of men. Congregant environments with lights on through the night, the Brooklyn Navy Yard, a place that was far from transportation or 5 people with 3 young children, one who was sick, being told that there was no room for them at the Roosevelt and they were out on the street. I believe no one should be on the street and that single men are also not disposable. The mayor's 60-day policy and attempt to end New York City shelter law will cause so much confusion and pain. It's astonishing to me that this administration would rather put people out on the street. We heard today that there is no plan B. So we all know this will happen rather than use as an opportunity to create as an opportunity to create permanent housing for all houseless people. There are very few of you here still in the room, and it's always this way by the time we testify. It's so disrespectful. I request that in the future, the public testimony is considered as important as those who are flacks for the New York City mayor and the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will consist of Sarah Sachs, Christopher Leon Johnson, Raul Rivera, Dr. Henry Love, and Clea Hasizaj.
Your mic is off. There you go.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you all for representing the humanity of New York City and keeping the Adams administration accountable. I'm Sarah Sachs, and I'm here as a passionate New Yorker without any affiliation. I have a lot of anger and confusion about the rationale behind the 60-day rule and would advocate to foil the memoranda that was used to justify this policy. In particular, I want to testify against the rhetoric from Mayor Eric Adams' administration that New York City is too full. I personally saw the masses of people who are migrating here and seeking asylum who are given a ticket and told to hurry up and wait as they are processed at the Roosevelt Hotel near Grand Central Station. I heard how folks walking by were aghast, quoting how these people shouldn't be here. This is the business district. I spoke with the people endlessly waiting, and we gave out water bottles during the sweltering heat wave. We heard from a woman saying how she plans to sleep in Grand Central Station if she didn't get in that day, because she has nowhere else for her to go. She arrived 2 days before and hadn't slept. This is New York City. We have the resources. We can address the need for temporary shelters, support services, and affordable and dignified housing. This is not a resource problem. This is a social and political problem with sophisticated prejudice at its core. We need to reverse the dialogue from community pushback to welcoming our most vulnerable neighbors. Every temporary shelter bed that isn't built due to political pushback is another person waiting and living on the street with nowhere else to go. Our system is so backlogged and bottlenecked that we continue to let these people slip through the cracks, and this is a costly mistake. The 60-day rule is offensive and makes the situation far more worse. The claim that we shouldn't underestimate people in their care and how 60 days is enough time is offensive as well. If all it took was working hard and picking yourself up by your bootstraps, the people migrating here would already be millionaires. They're some of the most hardest working people and most resilient that I've seen. Where else are these men and women supposed to go? We will end up paying the cost one way or another, and I simply don't understand how the mayor can say New York City is too full when I look around and all I see is more luxury housing being built and left vacant. We need top-down reprioritization from our government and community leaders. We need collective action to systematically fix our housing development failures, and this takes political and social willpower to say yes to building more affordable housing, say yes to investing in more temporary shelters, and say yes to welcoming communities so that we can be proud to call ourselves New Yorkers. Thank you.
Ready? Hey, first of all, Shahana, thank you for giving me a call back about the situation in my district about the migrants being out there, because I don't want to get hit by a car in Eastern Parkway, but thank you for giving me a call back about that. I want to talk about this right now. I am opposed to the 60-day rule. I think the rule is stupid. I don't know what was Eric Adams thinking. I think he lost his mind with that. But I want to talk about this right now is I really want to know, like, why did the mayor allow two medical companies to run the shelter system, the migrant shelter system? That's kind of like unheard of. Usually you let a Housing Works run that, or Women in Need, or Help USA run the migrant situation, the migrant shelters. It's just kind of like real suspect. And I really want to show my anger about the whole thing about like who's contracting security companies to stifle on free speech with press members, because it happened at the Roosevelt Hotel. I mean, I think that's crazy to have members of like security companies who have no real powers, like police powers, to stifle down free speech. Shahana, I think that, you should push it more and start getting answers from the mayor's office about like why is DocGo having their guards from Mulligan and Arrow abusing the migrants. And you gotta remember this, they're human beings just like we are. Just because, like, I know you get this from a lot of clowns on the internet, a lot of reactions on the internet saying that they're not supposed to be here. Like, they're already here. First off, they're human beings. There's no such thing as an illegal human being. And, like I said, Shahana, you have a lot of power. You have a lot of influence. You should be able to call the mayor's office and ask them, like, why are they allowing this to happen? They shouldn't be having this happen at all. And these nonprofits should be behind this, too. That's my opinion. Like Make the Road New York and Urban Justice Center, Worker Justice Project, Nice Workers, Loca Mena, the NYIC, they should be behind this too with you, Shahana. They shouldn't be silent. And, it shouldn't be happening like this. This is crazy. Usually, like I said, whatever they doing, the mayor's office doing, this is out of control. Like I said, they're already here. You can't just kick them out of America. You can't. They're already here. There's nothing you can really do. They keep on coming in. Is what it is. You just gotta help them out, because they're just legal as we are. They're already here. So, and one more thing, Shahana, like I said about that bill that you introduced recently this week with the NYIC. I spoke to Murad on Monday, and I spoke to the people from Loca Mena. And I'm gonna say this right now. I know about to give up in 3 minutes. You need to introduce a bill to the city council with Marjorie Velazquez and Julie Menon to make it criminally and civically illegal to start soliciting services. Because like I said, it doesn't matter if you put like $20 million and $50 million in resources to educate the new migrants about the immigration lawyers. But if you still have these scumbags on the street trying to recruit these people inside the offices, it's not going to do anything. So like I say, you need to introduce a bill for that. That's my opinion. But that's it. I'm going to go. So thank you. Thank you. No problem.
Hi, my name is Claire Hazizai, and I'm a New Yorker. The 60-day rule is unconscionable. It's going to force migrants onto the streets, which of course it's going to do. We've had literally human rights crisis happening in New York for the past few weeks. Migrants were outside of the Roosevelt Hotel in unbearable heat. They had barely any food and water. They were having cameras shoved into their faces every 5 seconds. And the NYPD wouldn't defend them. I've heard stories of people saying that they said, I don't want to be filmed. The NYPD says this is a public space. You have right to be filmed. There were mothers nursing their babies on the street outside the Roosevelt Hotel, having cameras shown in face, not having food, not having water, not having access to basic personal hygiene. It's literally human rights violations. And we are now, the administration's now trying to enforce a rule that's going to force migrants out onto the streets in 60 days. Even single adults, they are still human beings. They have suffered so much to come here, to come to America, only to be slapped in the face and to be thrown out onto the streets, which is utterly ridiculous. And as others have said, they keep claiming there is no space in New York City. How is there no space in New York City? There is space, and we can make do, and we should be making do, instead of pushing xenophobic rhetoric by this administration and racist rhetoric, forcing people to struggle and putting them in worse situations than they already were. We've heard other testimonies, even here today, from people saying that their kids are begging them, I want to go back to Honduras, and I want to go back to my country. It's worse here. We're literally having people suffer. Like, this is one of the most hottest summers in human history, and we're literally letting people out onto the streets. Like, single adults or families, like, we're even hearing families being kicked out. It is ridiculous, it is unconscionable, and we cannot let this 60-day rule take effect, because we are gonna force people on homelessness, and those people are honestly, they're probably gonna die. They're probably gonna be out there, and they're gonna die, and they died trying to come here to New York City, which is supposed to be a sanctuary city, which is supposed to offer people services and not violate human rights, and supposedly a country based on freedom and a city based on freedom. Where is that for people? Who is it for? Because honestly, it's not being provided to migrants, it's not being provided to many people, and it is ridiculous. The right to shelter has been in place for decades, and Mayor Adams is single-handedly trying to eradicate that for a whole group of people. It is ridiculous, it is unacceptable, and we cannot let that stand.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair Hanif and Chair Ayala, for this opportunity to submit testimony. My name is Dr. Henry Love. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Planning at Women in Need. We're the largest provider of family homelessness services in the country and in the city. WIN's response has always been to welcome migrants into our shelter, regardless of folks' immigration status. And we're really committed to ensuring a safe place for folks to rest and heal. And I want to just point something out that I found interesting from the testimony earlier by the administration, is that this isn't new. Migrants have been coming to New York for decades, for centuries, and into our shelters. And we know what's going to happen. We've seen folks who have been in our shelters who are migrants and who are undocumented, who don't have the resources to be able to move out. So we know what's going to happen. We know we're going to have tons of folks without the possibility of moving out. This whole notion of the 60-day rule that is, targeted towards the adult system, we see it as something that's going to eventually impact the family system. There was a recent report that came out that's estimating about 5,000 additional individuals will be arriving in the city, and most of these are families and children. And if anything is an indicator of what we saw last week, we can expect the same thing to happen for families with children. I also want to emphasize that this is a racial justice issue, and we've heard that from a few colleagues earlier today, and that if these folks were not primarily black and brown, we wouldn't be seeing the same sorts of ways that they're being treated. And the fact that this is a global problem. I think part of the issue has been that the administration has thought of this as a New York problem or a national problem. This is a global phenomenon. I recently talked to colleagues in Europe, and what they're seeing on the ground in Greece and Spain is absolutely ridiculous. There's recently been ships off the coast of the United Kingdom, and with continued ships off the coast of the United Kingdom that have been taking on asylum seekers there. And with climate change, we can only expect that this, in conjunction with global political instability, will only expand mass migration flows across the globe. I recently also spoke to a colleague in El Paso who cried and thanked us for allowing migrants to come to our city. She's one of the folks that buys plane tickets for folks and was helping folks get to the airports to come here. And it's quite simple. because of exactly what you said. Because the reality on the ground in El Paso is that people are on the streets and they're dying. We're having the hottest summer in human history. Not only are we having the hottest summer, we're itching closer and closer towards winter, and we're proposing that folks possibly will be out on the street. And the last few questions that I have for the administration and for you all is, which families can go through the shelter intake at PATH and which families are sent to the Roosevelt? What child care and educational supports are available to asylum seekers, families with children in those facilities? What is the city's plan for the many households who haven't or won't have applied for legal status by the 1-year deadline after arrival? And what are permanent and affordable housing options do these families have? And I'll stop there.
Thank you. You guys are our last panel. We have one person left, but I wanted to say thank you. Again, it's a really challenging time, and we understand that there are, there are complexities that get in the way, right, the way that we deliver services. But I think that we should be really capitalizing off of each other and our individual resources, instead of, it feels like almost the administration is acting in a bubble, right, and making decisions for the rest of us, and we're not at the table. So thank you so much for representing, so many of these New Yorkers in need. Your advocacy is greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
We have now heard from everyone who has signed up to testify. If we inadvertently missed anyone like to testify virtually, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, and when you are unmuted, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Christy. I know the name under my profile says Diane, but this is Christy speaking. I just want to speak to something that one of the mayor's representatives said that was a gross misrepresentation of the legal assistance that is being provided for migrants and people arriving at the Roosevelt Hotel. Essentially, the representative implied that everyone that was coming in through any of these intake centers is being given what is essentially a web address to start their application for asylum. That's a laughable excuse for what it actually means for the folks who are coming in to apply to an intensely complicated bureaucratic system, for which they need actual legal help and assistance. And then on top of that, the fact that they're need food. A lot of the foods, once they're actually assigned to shelters, a lot of the foods at those shelters is spoiled. Like, it's inedible food. It is not healthy. People have been medicalized because, or hospitalized because the food is inedible. So adding on to the fact that they are looking for edible food, there is no adequate showers at a lot of the respite centers, which I know it's complicated because we're using the words shelter and respite centers interchangeably, but a lot of the places that people are being moved to, including the Stockton Respite Center, do not have showers. So in addition to trying to take care of yourself and basic hygiene, food necessities, the fact that there's no reliable Wi-Fi, it is I'm at a loss for words for the disrespect it is to imply that it is enough to give someone a web address when they have a language barrier in addition to everything else, and assume that is enough for them to apply for asylum, period. So I just wanted to call that out. And just, I am a neighbor. I'm not affiliated to any type of organization. I happen to speak French, and I've spoken to a few of the people who have been moved to these shelters. We also know that some of the folks at shelters are being moved randomly. So again, add to the fact that people are being woken up at 2 a.m., are being told that they're going to be relocated to a completely different shelter without being told when, where, or why, in addition to the 60-day notification that we're hearing about, is just incredibly inhumane, and it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it makes, I guess, whatever. It's completely inhumane, and it's incredibly disrespectful. So I'm just asking on the council members and the people who are still at this meeting, because again, like, I guess the mayor's representatives are gone. Just like to stop the 60-day limit on how long people are able to stay, because it's just another like indignity on this whole process, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Please state your name.
Hello. I apologize. My name is Adam Abba. I am one of the advocates that are on the ground greeting asylum seekers that are arriving to New York City. At Port Authority, we are still facing challenges from the city. They actually brought back the bus, but we don't know if it's returning permanently. We do have city employees that come that just count and then leave. But I want to talk about the 60-day rule that the mayor's office has trying to adopt. It is not feasible. It does not make sense. It makes our work harder. When the Roosevelt first opened up, what we saw is a huge wave of families being discharged out of their shelters and being sent to the Roosevelt to be re-entered into the system, which didn't make sense to us because we're in the middle of a crisis. This is something that they do to the unhoused community. This is unfair. The 60-day rule challenge makes it harder for us to triage people and send them to where they need to be. The reality of, yes, there are 90,000 asylum seekers that are coming to the city, but not all of them are staying. People are leaving once they get the proper documentation and resources. They're relocating around the country. And if we continue to do that and support them in that, we will not be in the middle of the crisis. But the mayor's office refuses to work with people that are on the ground that actually know how to handle this crisis. He's causing division between communities, between organizations, and it needs to end. We need to figure out a solution together, not a division. Thank you.
Thank you. When you are unmuted, please state your name.
Hello, I know that my Zoom box says Diane, but my name is actually Rana, and I am a voter in the district, a concerned citizen. I have been curious about the situation and have received a lot of antagonism, violence, violent language, violent behavior from the guards of the respite center in my district, and I'm extremely confused because I see all of the newly arrived migrants as new neighbors. I think it's really exciting to have new neighbors. It's very important to welcome new neighbors and make sure that they're all comfortable. But it seems like the guards who, I believe one of the company's names is Aero Security, I'm forgetting the second badge name that I saw. And some of the guards doing security also have MedRight badges, have just been nothing but hostile towards community members. And I'm struggling to really understand the migrants that have arrived that are at these respite centers are not really there by choice. They would like to start their lives in this country, contribute to work. A lot of them hold degrees, a lot of them hold a lot of work experience. They are excited about finding places to live, to move out. But it seems like the way they're being treated is really keeping them from doing all those things. Also, respite centers do not have residency addresses, so that's keeping them from getting IDs. And we all know that identification is one of the first things that you need to really even sign any sort of paperwork, to even get into a club, to get into a bar, or even sign up for housing, apply for work. And on my commute to work today, I saw actually two cops that had pulled aside two migrant brothers, and I saw pink slips in their hands. They gave them tickets. I wasn't really sure what the tickets were for, and I saw that one of the cops was struggling to communicate. So it seemed like he pulled up a translation app on his phone. I actually walked up and, I had a couple minutes before my next meeting and I said, hey, do you need translation help? I would love to help translate if there's a language barrier here and make this a little bit better, an easier situation. And all he kept saying was, it's fine, it's fine, in an effort to shoo me away. And I was really confused how somebody who doesn't even have a shared language could ticket somebody else, not even telling them what they did wrong or what they think they did wrong. It seemed like a completely unfair situation. And I've been thinking about that all day. It made me really sad.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I would like to note that written testimony, which will be reviewed in full by committee staff, may be submitted to the record for 72 hours after the close of this hearing by emailing it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Deputy Speaker Ayala, we have concluded public testimony for this hearing.
I just want to once again thank my colleague, Councilmember Hanif, who's wonderful, and I couldn't ask for a better partner in this process. And I want to thank all of the advocates that came here today. I thought it was an important hearing to have, and I thought that it was important to have it as soon as possible so that we could kind of get a grasp on what was happening and why. And I think that we learned a lot today, but I think that we also have more questions than we probably came in here with today. So this is the first of what I'm sure will be a really long conversation and several more hearings to come. But I want to just say thank you to all of you who showed up today and who stayed. Thank you for your patience as well. Councilmember Hanif, did you want to close out?
No, I just deeply appreciate your partnership and leadership, and to be able to tag team in holding this administration accountable, demanding more transparency, and really showing to the public what the dynamic has been like from the beginning of when asylum seekers started arriving to our city to a year plus in. And so deeply appreciate everybody who testified, who joined our hearing. We learned a lot, but as you mentioned, we've got many more questions and hope that the administration will extend a partnership so that we are not needing to bring these folks into our chambers for answers. Want to extend all my love and compassion to every single asylum seeker, and know that this council will continue to affirm that this is a city built on sanctuary values and will remain a sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, this hearing is over. It's concluded. Thank you.